What the hell is this song? Welcome in, guys. Happy Thursday? Thursday question mark?
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Are we good? Oh, okay, hold on. I'm gonna keep playing Pokemon down here until y'all are done. Also, I am not scrolling. Why the fuck is my size changing? Is my mouse broken? My finger was not even on the scroll wheel. She made yesterday? No, I made it 2 days ago. I made it the night of Tuesday. And there's still a little bit left. I also made homemade ranch.
Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
I made homemade ranch for it. It's yogurt-based ranch, so it's pretty good for you.
Everybody calm down.
I made my own yogurt. Was it Greek yogurt-based ranch dressing? It was honey chili ranch. It was really good. It was really good. It was delicious, and I still have some left over. I'm fireproof. The fuck you are. You're covered in fur, mister. You know how it is? I don't know about that, because it was doing the same thing, I think, last night. For whatever reason, when I tried to scroll, it would do, like, I can actually visualize it. It would, like, I was trying to scroll down, only scroll down, and it would do shit that made it look like that. It would do shit like that. And it was super fucking annoying. What's wrong, Sunstar? Are you okay, bud? Breaks knives? My fucking knives! I'm giving you something early, huh? Huh? What? Who? What? Starting a new book, Black Sun. I don't know what Black Sun is. But I ain't done shit today, so how's the rest of y'all's Thursdays? How is your Thursday going? What trouble are you getting into? Did you burn anything down in the past? What did we in stream yesterday? Like 21 hours? Fire? No fire. No fire. No fire. It's raining at work? Oh, goodness. I am a little tired too. I was sleeping pretty good this morning, but then when I woke up, it was like, I think it was like 9:30. It was 9:30 and I was like, well, if I go back to sleep, I'm not going to get that much more sleep. So I think I'm just going to conk the fuck out. Or I didn't conk the fuck out. I'm not going to conk the fuck out. So I like scrolled my phone for like an hour and then I got in the shower. And then I ruminated and I feel my tummy hurt. We'll just go with my tummy hurt. My tummy hurt and I want to throw up. By Jack Williamson. Black Sun by Jack Williamson. I do not know that book. What is this book about? Exploration team on a long dead planet awakened a mysterious entity that could mean salvation for the desperate colonists. Huh? Interesting. It looks like a retro sci-fi novel. Hi, Grins. Hi, Banjo. How are you doing? I brought lunch. What kind of lunch? This is important. What kind of lunch? I'll get the internet. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They should be used to this by now. They're still going to go running away because they know you're going to chop at their ankles. Nothing beats the Jet 2 holiday. Right now, you can save 50 pounds per person. That's 200 pounds off a family of 4. I got recommended a book yesterday, One Nation Under Blackmail. Oh. 1990. Yeah, it's the page that I opened said it was a reprint. Oh no, what have you sent me? What have you sent me? What have you done? Hold on. Oh, good Lord. Save image. Go over, yeah. Where have I been saving the other thingamadoohickeys? Saving it in fan art? Is that where I've been putting this? Yes, it is. Yumner. All right, hold on. We need to change the thingamadoohickey. Where are you? All right. Boop. There's our boy. Look at him. Up to no good. Very small. Little guy. I'm back after however long. You know, this would be a half bad arrive emotes. We're using Twitch's like easy animate thing. Hi, Amdis. I saw your first time chat. I'm sorry I didn't say hi to you a minute ago. Criminal spotted. No gooder. Up to some debauchery and shenanigans. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. You saw nothing? This is just a little guy down there. Is it also, does anybody else see him look like a Kirby enemy? I don't know why. I think it's the style. It gives the like old Kirby games. I can see it. I can see it in a Kirby game. All right, but we have that now. Now we have Ordain with his little bonk stick. What's on the video today? Wait, what do you, oh, wait, did I get rid of highlight messages? I'm pretty sure I got rid of highlight messages. Frankly, I think I got rid of it at the time because I read almost every chat and now I struggle to read every chat. Maybe I should add it back. What power does Kirby get if he inhales Ordain? Obviously the giant hammer. Obviously he gets the giant hammer. Fried bologna and cheese with sauteed onions, side of mayo and ketchup with ghost pepper hot sauce. That sounds like some killer fucking fry sauce. Fried bologna. But bologna though? Oof. Hammer 4 times his size. Yep. Doesn't read the mod messages. Those are highlighted last I checked. No, I do read the mod messages and I read VIP messages very easily because those are all highlighted. Thing is, I don't think we have like the default highlight a message because I think the only default ones I have that are like Twitch defaults are the unlock a random sub emote and choose an emote. Should I add the highlight one back? It's super easy to fix. I can just go over here. Settings, not settings. Viewer rewards. Channel points. And then turn on. Turn that on. What are smart costs? Ew. You know what? Why not? We don't really use sub-only mode, but actually, I'm going to turn that off. I will leave that one off. All right. All of those are turned back on. And now you can modify emotes. I forgot that was a thing. I completely forgot modifying an emote was a, like, point thing. I thought it was like a tier 3 sub thing that you could, like, modify emotes in different ways. Wasn't it? At one point? I don't even know what that is. That's exactly it. I don't know either. Let me see. Okay. So modify a single emote. We'll pick boat. Squish. Unlock. Amazing. Oh no, not the squished bruh. Not the squished bruh. Oh my goodness. So I never realized they added smart costs. So what I'm guessing that does is like maybe it raises the prices based on how often it's used. Maybe? I don't know for sure. I'm just leaving them on because why not? I think you did, huh? Wait, which part? I think I did what? Not all the brusque. When the tired squish, God, I feel the tired squish. I feel the tired squish. All right. All right, chat. We don't, not the not the huh fingers. Also, hold on a second. Hold on. Okay. So I don't have an exact thing of what we are going to do today. I know we're going to do something spooky. The question is, are we going to do paranormal investigation? Are we going to do, like, what are they called? Like horror specials? Like indie horror films that are online? There was something else. What was the other thing? Oh, analog horror. Something similar to analog horror. We could see the Moon Woke Up series. I've never seen it before, and I've heard it's decent, but also kind of goofy. You got a game you want to play? Are you talking about on Steam? I do have a wish list. I forget. Did I make a link to my Steam wish list? I thought I made a link to my Steam wish list. Maybe I didn't. Because I'm pretty sure you can send. Oh, here it is. But here it is also divided by fucking discount. I forgot I said it that way. I do have a Steam Deck on there, but like, I don't think I have much of a reason to get a Steam Deck. I think I'd rather just remove that. Because like, most of the games I want to play are a little more like fast-paced. And I don't think I could handle the stress that comes with playing like a horror game or a shooter game on controller methods. Like, I haven't played a fucking shooter game since Brink on the Xbox 360. That was the last fucking shooter game that I played with a controller. God, I have so many games on my Steam wishlist that like aren't even out yet. I'm so upset. I am Ripper. Oh, I remember that one. Okay. What do you think about Sophie Turner being cast as a new live action Lara Croft? I have no idea who Sophie Turner is. Sophie Turner. I did actually see the announcement earlier today. Game of Thrones, Dark Phoenix, X-Men Apocalypse, Joan, Dreadful, Trust, anything else? Oh, okay. I know. Wait, what? Wait, they're having Sansa Stark play Lara Croft? Ugh. And she's the old Jean Grey? I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Like, when your biggest roles are being Jean Grey and Sansa Stark, I don't think this is a good choice. There's better choices. Like, unless she's like, they like put her through a regiment. I am not going to be convinced that this blonde-haired, or in most of her roles, weirdly, three of her four top roles, she has red hair. Doesn't Laura Croft always isn't she always like tanned with dark brown hair? Or am I misremembering what Laura Croft looks like? Brown hair, brown hair, brown hair. That one's actually kind of red. Tans, a little bit of muscle tone. Like this, she better put some effort in. I better see some fucking effort at not seeing Ed Polygonal. She doesn't particularly scream Laura Croft. That's what I was thinking. Like, what is, like, in the game, what is Laura? I know she's English, right? Dark brown hair, yeah. Okay, yeah, she's British. British adventure archaeologist. But I don't know, man. That does not seem like a good choice, like, at all. British, Sunstar, I hate to tell you, the British are in you, Sunstar. It's in your blood. It's inside your body. Hi, Goopy. I love that scream emote. I'm not gonna lie. That style of scream emote is so good. It's visceral. Oh, the British just leaves. Hi, Goopy. How are you doing? Here, let me do the thing real quick. Gooped her. There we go. Y'all need to go follow Goopy. Goopy has a sick ass model too. Goopy, yours was also rigged by Ren, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure Ren rigged your model too, didn't it? Ooh, gimme. I was gonna say, I know Nim's also getting Ren to rig their model. Damn, I'm getting so many siblings. My first model, I had no siblings. Because the person who made my model art has long since disappeared off the internet and only made my model art. I was their one and only model art. That still streams. Because by the time I got my model rigged, all the other model art that had been previously rigged, all of them had graduated. So now that I have I have like the Drool Arts, who has tons of fucking still streaming kids. I have Ren, who rigs the model like every 2 weeks. He also offered to update the like mouth tracking and stuff because he's like learned some new things, as well as like fix some. Oh, I froze. Funny that we were talking about tracking and my tracking goes out, as well as update some of the let's call it physics. For a cool crisp $80. And I'm kind of tempted. He offered that. Yeah, he probably wants practice, is what I'm guessing. He probably wants practice. And what I still haven't actually updated this model to the newest package that he sent me. If I lean like this way, let me see, hold on, I'm trying to get it to do it. Oh, I can't get it. But sometimes if you look, this is going to be really annoying. If you look dead set where the clothing meets the center of the boobs, sometimes those overlap weirdly. And that's supposed to be fixed in the new ones, but I just keep forgetting to fucking upload it because I have to like finagle the whole system so that I don't lose all of the fucking, what is this? Like redeems and stuff that I've set up. Yeah, boss, we could get bouncier. Correct. The thing is though, for Ren, I purposely asked to have it like they be a bit rigid. Like there was some muscle behind them. Like they're not going to just go absolutely fucking hog wild. Big demon ringleader. Hi, Kiro. How are you doing? Did somebody mention demons? Hold on. Demons. Yes. The demons? Where are the demons? Don't think about it too much. Proper boobing? Are we boobing breastily? Breast and boobily? Tit and boobin'? This song was so fucking good, dude. This song was so fucking good. The maid top keeps them contained. I mean, you are liquid. You are a slime. And now they're like water balloons? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, this, I don't think I messed with Rin's physics stuff. Sorry, the boob's not outlawed. Just the world we live in now. All right, I guess we're going back to flat chest and chat. Give me your desire. Okay, I need to ask chat. I need ones in chat if you've seen K-pop Demon Hunters. I need ones in chat. Bust out of those abs. Oh, we're gonna have abs for the summer outfit for sure. The music charts with one song and then did this banger. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, Goopy, you haven't seen it? Okay, we need to get you to see it at some point. Yo, we idling in here? Pretty fucking close, dude. Pretty fucking close. Good song. Good song. All right. I found out recently that apparently the original cut of K-pop Demon Hunters was over 3 hours and had 9 Saja Boy songs. 9. There were 9 that were completed. Apparently, they had written upwards of 30 something. Is what I heard I heard yesterday. They had 37 written and 9 written and recorded. And you know how many are actually in the movie? 2. There are 2, and this is one of them. The other one is Soda Pop. We get Soda Pop and Your Idol, and that is it. Hi, Hydra. How are you doing? Good emotes. Good emotes. Butcher the movie announced popping off and they're scrambling. It's a good movie. It has interesting animation. It has, of course, it's mixing like a bunch of like various Asian cultures. They have like all China and Japan are all like mixed in there. So I know there's like Koreans are mad, Chinese people are mad about it. I do know that. I have seen those posts on both Red Note and on TikTok. I'm gonna say one thing though. Takedown is absolutely fucking garbage. And I hope, and I'm pretty sure that was intentional. Takedown is a garbage song. And this is the best song in the movie. Buckle up, kids. What I am. Oh my goodness. I've heard is, I don't know who that is. I don't know how to say that name is. Jaquise? Jaquise is a whipper? I don't like that. I don't know who that is. The Marvel song. Yes, we watched it. Was it yesterday? Did we watch it yesterday or the day before? Hi, hello. I'm doing okay. Got to spend my morning with nephew, learning to go up the stairs. Aw, that's cute. Oh, like Jacques. It's Jacques the Whipper. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Go beef, go belts! It's all about the bad guys. Listen, Saja Boys have banger songs, okay? Oh my goodness. Here, we're gonna enjoy this for a second. The poor people on YouTube that are just gonna get nothing, just be like, why are they quiet? We'll bring it back down. What is this? This is what it sounds like from the K-pop Demon Hunters movie. Oh my god. The Little Creatures Chaos is now mobile? Oh no. Oh no, the Little Creatures mobile. Listen, just wait till you get him like one of those like little walker things that like holds him up. And he's like, he can't quite walk yet, I'm guessing. Or can he? I was gonna say, because I remember when my little sister was put into like one of those little walker things before like she could fully walk on her own. That little shit would, you'd like turn your back for 6 seconds and turn right back and she would be gone. She's on the other side of the house, absolutely in her own world. Tons of stuff. Ooh. Ooh. Plays tons of stuff live and it's so chaotic, but the VOD is the chillest VOD in history. True. True. That's the downside too of having to like playing this music and then uploading the VODs to YouTube and there's like no background noise. So the silence is even weirder. Sorry, I was also jamming to this song at the gym yesterday. He took his first steps yesterday and wait, you're already leveling him up to the stairs? Damn, we're really rushing the boy. Really rushing the boy there, Hollow. Also inspired to do a Lego build of this film. He handmade each of the characters, including the tiger and the bird, and then also made the big bad flame dude. Wait, that's cute. Don't worry, the tinnitus got you. Just everybody. I don't even know if that picked up on the mic. Hold on, one more time. Let me look at the mic and see if it actually picks it up. Okay, it does. It picks it up a little bit. Good. Good. I hate rusty nails. Tinnitus? Tinnitus? Why am I forgetting the other word? Hold on. There we go. Back to our regularly scheduled heavy music. Made a headcanon that Bobby the manager. I like that headcanon too. Sai, the lead singer for Gangnam Style. You're goddamn right. Hold on. I got a video for you now. I got a video for you now. Because I have one favorited. I had one that I came across that was voiced, but I couldn't find it later. So instead, we're getting this. Yoink. Yoink. And then I need to make sure I actually change the audio because I have not changed the audio yet. All right. All right. Let's do this. Now that I'm home alone, how will I hold the honeymoon? Wait for it. Wait. There it is. Okay.
Oppan Gangnam Style. Gangnam Style. Oppan Gangnam Style.
I'm still waiting for someone to make a goddamn comic where it's like the Huntrix are defeated or some shit, and it's Bobby. Bobby's just like, I know what I have to do, and just puts on sunglasses and hops on stage and does the entirety of fucking like Gentleman or something. The reason there were no demons in 2012. Exactly. Oh yeah, it sealed the honeymoon all the way around the fucking globe. Just instantly.
Oppan Gangnam Style. Gangnam Style. Oppan Gangnam Style.
When I was in high school was when this song came out, and I wish I was joking, but I learned the entire dance to this song in high school because I thought it was the coolest song fucking ever. But that's good shit, dude. That's good shit. Where were we? We're on full chat. Ooh. Okay. And then I can bring the music back. Ah. Does the dance live win? Ooh. Never. Maybe. Maybe. Marin, go. Marin, go what? Marin, go what? Marin, go what? This is important. Gangnam Style. God damn it. Side of the shit. He just went to Berkeley and Boston where they teach modern music stuff. True. Gangnam Style in our Nursey talent show. Nursey. Nursing? Aaron, go roll? What do you mean roll? Something, something, money, pray. Wait, what? When did I say that? Did I say that? something, cash money. Aaron, go mango? Mango and what? Mango and what? Oh, I just realized I'm signed into the wrong YouTube account. I'm on the VOD channel instead of the main channel. So like all the recommended are different. You know, merry-go roll like sheep go rounds. Oh, son of a bitch. I wonder how would we design a rolling emote like that? A bunch of eyes, red wool with like a big eye on the back. Exactly what you said about doing lots of stuff for a price. True, I am a cheap bitch to buy. I am a decently cheap bitch to buy. That is true. Maren, go, whoa. I make people change teams when I whoa. Hey, cheap bitches unite. Listen, there's a lot of things I would do for something as simple as one meal, especially because now you mentioned spicy tiki masala. Fuck, I want Indian food. Oh, but I still have a little bit of that salad left. I need to check it to see if it's still good. I literally ate some before I went to bed last night, and it was good, but I don't know how well it
Thank you,
lasted
the mother of
overnight.
all omelets, dear Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Hold on, I just found a very interesting trailer. Oh, it looks like it's another Chinese animation. Call me Lord Eerie Bailiff? That is a hell of a name. Official trailer. But damn, this animation is clean. I hope they didn't give me white people spicy. Ooh. What did you tell him? What level of spice did you tell him? The thing is though, Goopy, you already ordered tiki masala. Did you order garlic naan while you were at it? Okay, if someone... So, if you go to an Indian restaurant or you order delivery or takeout and your order is either butter chicken or tiki masala chicken with garlic naan, that's a fucking white person. I guarantee you, 100% that is a white person on the other end of that phone. Guaranteed. And that's not just me being like, oh, that's just my own knowledge. No. That is every Indian restaurant I ordered garlic naan. Of course, I mean, garlic naan is the greatest out there. I prefer the cheese naan, though. Pokemon of people being obsessed with Malamar, so people think the next... Didn't they already announce all of the ones that were going to get megas? Or didn't they? No, wait, are these surprises? I can't remember. Were all the ones they've revealed so far, were they surprises, or do we already know the list? Cheese naan would seem bin baller. It's so good, dude. It's so good to have like the melted cheese naan and then just dip it in like, I like Iranian gauche, which is basically just like a goat and herb curry. Oh, it's so good, dude. It's so good. Finally, we're in the burr months. It's about freaking time. Yes, summer is going to have to come to an end. Hopefully. Hopefully. Oh my goodness. But that means I'm still in Texas at the end of the summer, which... Oh. Wait, Ravgu, what did you clip? 5 minutes ago, Ravgu is now the top clipper at 7 views. What did you clip? Just in time for summer 2, melting boogaloo? True. Goodbye, Samaween. Hello, Spooktimber. Yes. Oh my god, yes. It's Spooktober. Sorry, it's Spooktimber, and then we get Spooktober. Oh my god. And then Novemween. Novemween. November? I don't like either of those. Damn, gotta get back on this clip grinds. Apparently, listen, I do look at the clips. The thing is, I need inspiration when I look at the clips. And a lot of times when I look at them, I'm just like, okay, I guess. Like I mentioned before, we have 9K. Actually, hold on. We have 9K plus like 50. Yeah, 56. We're at 9,056 followers. And this past week, we've struggled to stay above 50 CCV. And so it's like, well, I guess if the people that are already following don't really want to hang out or anything, then like, I don't know. I guess we got to find new people, and I got to get back on like the shorts grind and get back to like TikTok and YouTube shorts. Summerween's coming to the close. Doesn't get me wrong. I love Summerween vibes, but I miss the Spooktimber and Spooktober and Novemberween. What was the Legends of Evangelist? What do they call the fake Christmas holiday they came up with? Time to crack the algo for the carnival. I mean, I am the one that's been uploading Horatius's shorts. And Horatius had some really good shorts. Today's Thursday. Okay, for a split second I was like, wait, did I forget to upload something? No, I didn't. I have to upload tomorrow. The streams are a lot of fun. It's great here. It's the thing is too is like I know I need to post more on social media than just like my going live shit. But I have a problem with like reposting art. I just don't like reposting art. Even though there's literally people I follow that will repost like the same 6 to 7 pieces of art on repeats for like months on end. New intern, ability time to hire a social manager? I wish. I can't afford to hire somebody. That's why occasionally I get Sai to like edit videos, but that's only on occasion because I don't always have the money. At all on social media, and I'm just a creature. The thing is, like, I want to get back, I guess, to like, I want partners, is really what I want. And then to like have like the playing Cyberpunk 2077, she finds Guy Hassling Lady, she whips out a bat and accidentally clocks both of them. Says, I think I remember that clip, justice, and then just runs off. The thing is, I want partner. We have 9K followers. 9K followers. And I can't even get 1% of them to show up. It sucks. It really does. And it's a little frustrating because it's like one of those things, it's like, okay, these people are like either just like come in for like one stream, say hi, follow, and then leave. And then like, I guess like I've either lost them at some point or something. Isn't that plotline of Fully Cooley? What, the bat thing? The bat thing? I wish I could kidnap him. Me with my room of just 90 people, all staring at laptops. The videos so often? What do you mean? What videos? What videos are you talking about? Are you doing the VOD channel? Oh, yeah. I wouldn't doubt it. I would not doubt it at all. It's the thing is, for a while, that was what y'all liked. The just chatting fodder? Exactly, yeah. We have game days. The thing is, y'all like the game days less than the just chatting days. Statistically, y'all like the days where we hang out and like watch stuff and like learn about stuff than the game days. And so like, the alternatives aren't great. Because like when I play games, I lose like 20% of the people that were here for the first hour of just chatting. I can't stay as much. I totally understand that, Impy. I totally understand that. Casual acts of violence in video games, Canadian casual acts of violence end up on war crime sheets. I don't like that. I come in only when I can. That's true. We end basically when like East Coast people are getting off work. I think it's a mix of like we hit 5K. We hit 5K 2 years ago? A year ago. I really don't know. I don't know how long ago it was. streaming late nights on an American audience. And then my fucking family fucking told me to my face that what I did was fucking cringe and embarrassing. So now I don't stream when anybody's home, which means I'm forced to like a noon to 5 time period. Honestly, I could probably start earlier in the morning, and instead of going to the gym when I wake up early as shit in the morning, is fucking stream and then go to the gym after 5 p.m. But that's just it. I don't know. I do not know. I know, but they think I'm weird. They think I'm weird. Doing like, yeah, such an insane because I enjoy all of learning the rage at games, Marin. I truly enjoy all that you put into these streams. Will stick around to the end. I try my fucking best. And I know having 2 days out of the week where we sit here for like an hour and yap about whatever topic comes around and then go watch videos is bad. It's not content. It's basically just a hangout. Yeah. Momo! Hi, Momo. And it's, I don't know, it's one of those things where it's like the mix of like, I want to be doing something else, but then also I don't know what to fill the time with. And because the alternative, the easy alternative is to do more horror games. Like we could be playing Resident Evil 1 again today, but y'all don't like the games. Statistically, y'all are this is just like the overarching numbers. This isn't at any individual. This is just the crowd. The organism that is the crowd doesn't like it when we play games as much as when we just sit here and yap. Time to make more channels, Hackermans. I don't think we need to make more channels for any of these things. The thing too is I've really only been uploading the game streams, the game Vods to YouTube. I stopped uploading like multiple weeks ago. What was it? No, it's nothing like for what a lot of y'all can do. Oh my God, Titan, thank you for that. Wait, what are we at? 102? Incomplete VOD history? Correct. Because I don't upload the days where we literally watch other people's videos. That's not content. If we turned like watching those things into clips and stuff, I'd be able to upload those as shorts, because usually it's not the video that's the funny part. It's whatever I'm doing or whatever the people I'm hanging out with are doing. That's the funny part. But when we kind of just sit here and yap the day away with the video playing in the background, it's not really content. The thing is, I'm basically a React Andy because of Tuesdays and Thursdays. It's basically React stuff. And it's the same thing with when we do like the paranormal twink streams. I like the paranormal twinks. Twin paranormal, if you will. But like I see the same stuff almost every time because they do the same stuff almost every time. I dread the day I have to get a video editor for clipping stuff. We had an editor at one point. But I don't think I was hands-on enough in the case of like getting them clips and stuff. And I think I do. Hold on, where is it? Do I still have the like? I do still have the marker button, and I've just been neglecting the shit out of it. Somebody refund Janie. No, Janie, I am not putting on the heart rate monitor. I'm not afraid. I'm annoyed. This one time at band camp? The one time at band camp? No, my band camp was pretty uneventful. Except for the one time one of my close friends decided, so at the end of the band camp season, we would have like a lock-in at the high school where the band kids would stay in the band hall all night and like just do whatever we kind of wanted, which a lot of people would bring like consoles and movie projectors and stuff. But my buddy brought a bottle of sparkling grape juice to try and impress his girlfriend at the time because he thought it was romantic. No, you wouldn't get anything too. Like my heart rate is pretty stable. Is this Metallica? God damn it. Not even close. Not even close. Okay. Sparkling grape. She sounds like cheap. We were in high school. We were in high school. It looked like a bottle of wine. It had like gold foil on the top of it. Once with a bottle of sparkling grape juice with me. Sparkling grape juice sounds like cheap man's wine. Can knock on your door because you trigger a Bandcamp memory of our lock-in. The thing was, is we didn't have. Wait, can I knock on your door? I don't think I'm gonna hop into a Discord today. If you want to put it in chat, though, I'm more than happy to read it. Or if you want to send it to me. Over a wait, which joke? Which joke? Hi, Next Greek. Welcome in. Feeling kind of cozy? We could be or couldn't be cozy in certain ways. Send it over Discord so I can check the spelling. That works. And it was great. Yeah, the band one. More band kid streams. The thing is, I don't know if there's much to cover after what all we covered in that stream. What was it? We yapped for 3 hours? Something like that. 2 to 3 hours, I think we yapped about fucking being nerds in high school band. We're not even the worst band kids. We were the band kids that didn't go to college bands. That's where you got to get scared. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure it was, I remember ending after it was dark. So it had to be like late. Now I don't even want to do anything on YouTube at this point. I'm like, I don't want to do the watch spooky stuff that we were planning today. Now I feel like we need to go do something else. That I just need to force the fucking like horror games or some shit. That we're just gonna go and start doing games every fucking day. Smiling Friends Season 3. I do not care about Smiling Friends. I do not like Smiling Friends at all. We're losing the marriage of the numbers? No, what do you mean? Spooky reading finally? I turned around and looked at the pile of books I have behind me. Horror, you say? Say less. Me pulling out the Communist Manifesto. Cryptozoology Hour with Professor Marin. How would you like me to talk about cryptozoology? I was gonna say, that's the thing that I would have to like research if we were gonna do like individual creatures. Like, it's theoretically possible. It would be theoretically possible. I'd considered something like it at one point. Next, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Cryptozoology is a fun hobby of mine. Is the hobby enjoying cryptozoology, or is it believing that Bigfoot is real? This is an important distinction. Thinking it's neat and how people can fall for it, or folklore and cryptids. I suppose that works. Wait, random thing. Does anybody remember? What was it? Secret Saturdays. The Secret Saturdays. It was an old cartoon on Cartoon Network about cryptids. It was like if the Incredibles, instead of being superheroes, were cryptid hunters. All right, we got 5 minutes until the ad break. VoiceCom Merit is all debunking stuff. Best of both worlds. Listen, I am payable. My voice is purchasable, and prices are very negotiable. I could use the extra money. Because I think I'm also going to get a bunch of new clothes after the move. I need new gym clothes. I wear like the same shorts. One of my random t-shirts. Peggable. Who the hell said peggable? Yeah, true. He did have powers. But I think the thing that most people remember from that show is the mom. Be honest, chat. Be honest, chat. Oh, okay, you haven't heard of Secret Saturdays? All right, hold on. The Secret Saturdays. I need... Okay, there we go. There's a banner. Okay, real quick. Screen time. This was the Secret Saturdays. Was also weird when I was a kid and I saw this show. I honestly thought the dad looked kind of like Cyborg from Teen Titans in a way. But now looking at it as an adult, I was like, I don't understand how I saw that. At a Best Western in Government Camp, Oregon, you took a picture of a furry. You took a picture of a furry. The Pixar mom maxing? That do be true. Look at those boots. Look at those boots. The thing is, if I even wanted to look her up, it was going to be a bad... Actually, I'm curious. Hold on. We're going to hide this. We're going to hide this. What was the mom's name? Drew Saturday. Okay. I know I'm going to regret this. I know I'm going to regret this. Wait, what the fuck? Ben 10 Wikipedia page? What the shit? Wait, she shows up in one of the Ben 10 episodes? They were the same universe? What the fuck? Uh-huh. I never knew that. That's fucking crazy. I wasn't Generator Rex also like in the same universe? Okay, you know what? A lot of this art is actually pretty decent. Everything's pretty wholesome. And there it is. Immediately finds some art of her fucking unzipping the suit. I am not gonna show this. Oh my god, I didn't realize Secret Saturdays was old enough to be in Fusion Fall. Jesus. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna go back to the full chat. That's so Generator X, Secret Saturdays, and Ben 10 were all in the same universe? Yep. Exactly. Also, hold on. We have ad break in 1 minute. I'm going to get y'all words on stream today, too. Also, why do I have a Twitch notification? Oh, I got a sub to Bickles. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Okay, making sure... Okay, that's open. Secret Saturdays only ran from 08 to 10. That's still really short compared to the generation of TV shows that it was in. Like, I'm pretty sure Generator Rex and Secret Saturdays had the same runtime. Why not try some cheap horror games and fucking around to them, like trying to no-clip into stuff? The thing is, I always struggle to be the kind of person that like tries to break games because I really do try to play the game itself more so than anything else. I'm not like Carrie or like those energetic dudes that stream 8 hours a day that like ram their characters into walls and stuff to see what'll happen. Thing is I stumble upon that stuff. It happens. It happens shockingly frequently, especially in games where we collab with people. For some reason, that's always where the funny shit happens. I always say this. I'll do like a wave of doing collabs. And then I get really tired of like having to organize all the people, and then I stop doing collabs for like months. And then later I'm like, I want to do more collabs. So I'll have to invite a bunch of people if I have to get people to play the games that I want to play. Part of why Saints Row 4 is so fun to me. Are you playing Saints Row 4 right now? Like recently? Kind of impressed. Oh, 5? I don't know shit. Listen, that makes you younger than my sister. Crazy. Some shit about pickles. Wait, did I say something about pickles? Ooh, I could go for a pickle. I actually drank the last of my pickle juice, my jug of pickle juice that I had yesterday. All right, there's our ad break. Let me stream. Bring this back. And then do... Where is it? There it is. Vods on stream. All right, I'm not going to go anywhere, but I do need to drink a water. Not this moment, but I'm so down to redo it. Listen, okay, it was a little more than a couple weeks ago. I started playing Cyberpunk again because I wanted to do a sniper build. You know what? Maybe we will go into a, what was it? Maybe we will increase the game days that we have in a week. Because I currently have like multiple games. Banishers, Ghost of New Eden, Damned 2 that I kind of want to check out. What else do we have? I have to play Only Cans, which will probably play Only Cans on Monday. And I really do want to play more Outlast Trials, but the thing is, I don't want to play solo. I really don't want to play solo. I literally... Oh, goodness. Outlast Trials has had 2 major updates in the past, like, couple months. The last major update was the 15th, where they got an entirely new asset. And then Project Relapse came out in April. And the last time I played this game was March 31st. I'm a fucking failure for somebody who really likes Outlast Trials. I have 50 hours and I haven't played since fucking March. I'm gonna have to start doing solo runs in that game, aren't I? Right? I'm totally gonna have to start doing solo runs. I mean, I don't think it'd be too bad. I'm pretty decent at hiding in that game, so it shouldn't be too hard. Mostly. Come back to the fold. Listen, I love Outlast Trials. I've had it downloaded this entire time. All right, we'll do one more round. One more round. Go get him, champs. And then October's coming up, and I kind of want to do a whole playthrough of Bloodlines 1. So we are going to do that at some point. Sitting. No, the sitting wasn't a word. There's no G. Distinct. There's no R. Welcome back from the ad breaks. Want a break from the ads? Want a break from the ads? Wait, why does it say Lurkbait isn't open? Huh. It's open. It's just apparently not opened through Steam, which is kind of interesting. Here, I can actually show you that it's open. It's like, just turn it on. Oh, it's because it's behind it. Duh. I was like, why aren't you visible? Because it's fucking behind the whole thing. I should have known. Should have known. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. I also got curious earlier today about the Dead by Daylight updates because they just... because they people are apparently losing their shit over the new killer changes. And they're all saying it's like, I get penalized for doing what a killer's supposed to do by killing the players. And I went to go check the new updates, and it's literally 1, to reduce tunneling, and 2, to reduce slugging. And thus far, I really don't see an issue, nor how it kind of penalizes like the overall gameplay of being a killer. They changed some things, like there's no more like sound whenever somebody gets another player off the hook to the killer, which, like, fine, sure, whatever. And then, hold on, what is this slugging one? Self-recovery. Dying state, the resolve bar appears below the recovery bar. Resolve bar takes 90 seconds to fill. Progress does not reset between downs. Ooh. Once the resolve bar is full, the survivor grants the ability to pick themselves up from the dying state after fully recovering. Added a custom game setting to disable full recovery. Oh. Oh. Quality of life improvements. Survivors can now crawl and recover at the same time. Recovery is now automatic and no longer requires a button to be held. When full self-recovery is available, tap the interact button to pick yourself up. Crawling speed increased over time when left in dying state from 0.7 meters per second to 1.05 meters per second. Add a new scenario to the abandon option. After recovering or being healed from a dying state twice, the option to abandon becomes available the next time you are downed. Is that if a killer's not ending the game, but instead is just knocking everybody down? Is that what that is? That's what it sounds like. I guess? Yeah, a lot of these are definitely survivor buffs. Like, either even increasing the density of pallets on most maps. On like all of the old maps are getting updated and increased pallet density. So that'll be interesting. But I mean, I would kind of hope that the survivors, when teamed together, would have an advantage against a killer. Because generally the game has always been killer-sided. A single fuck-up can end the game. Aww. Community DBD night win? Ooh. Good question. I'm kind of tempted to play more Dead by Daylight. I know a lot of people play it. And I kind of want to. But there's only so many options we can do. So, okay. Like, I want to do more community nights and stuff where we play together. And I guess increasing the amount of games that we play would help that quite a bit. Okay. Is the new horror game on the block? And that is not a horror game. That's the Metroidvania. What makes it a horror game? Little Nightmare 3's win? I mean, what? Listen, if somebody got me Little Nightmares 3, I would play. Wait, Little Nightmares 3 isn't out yet, right? Wasn't it just announced? It was only just announced, wasn't it? Oh. Oh, it is out. The heck? Little Nightmares. Oh, no, this is pre-order. Okay. They have bundles. And if you buy the bundle, you get Little Nightmares Enhanced Edition. Huh. Interesting. 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 Also, hold on. I just remembered the goals. Yes. Excellent. September goals. Anyway, that's it. That's all. Just wanted to make sure I put that up there. Anyway, the things on the Steams because not Steam friends. I mean, do you want to add me on Steam, Sunstar? There wasn't. I could have swore there was a time when I had a command for. I tried ! Steam earlier. I don't think it does anything anymore. I think maybe that was a command on an old program we used. Perhaps. Perhaps. Fall, late summer. So it should be between September and October. Let me see. Does it have a date? October 9th. Yeah, October 9th is the current one. But okay. Should be between September and October. You did, and that was the command. I believe said to point it out before adding, which I've been meaning to do. Here, really quick. Let me do. Here, I'll message you, Sunstar. Oh wait, what is this? Oh no. Okay. So at our lock-in, one of the members' mothers, she was Mormon, had a full meltdown because we had Coke products. In the middle of the setup, she dropped to her knees and started praying because Mormon reason. After that happened, her daughter during the lock-in started handing out pot brownies. She also refused to drink Pepsi, just drank Coke, and said she was doing that to spite her mother. That's so weird because... What is it? What is that? Swig, that's it. Swig Soda Shop. All right, where are the Midwesterners at? Where are the Midwesterners at? Coke Shaky, Coke Shaky. It's very weird that that woman was against Coke and such. Because they couldn't have like alcohol and stuff. What became popular instead of making like drive-through like daiquiri places and stuff in Utah was Swig. And it's recently started spreading across the United States. It is literally a soda shop where they just add like extra shit to it. And if I remember correctly, I'm trying to find, where is it? Dirty Dr. Pepper, that's what it is. Because apparently Dr. Pepper is fine, I guess. But it's Dr. Pepper and coconut cream. The calories are through the fucking roof for like some of these beverages. They're crazy. And it's basically just all, no, there's Diet Coke here. Coke Zero. Coke, Mountain Dew, Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Sprite. Sprite. Lemonade. Something called Revivers, and my mouse is doing the weird random scrolling thing again. Has anybody ever had Swig? I need to know. Technically, but not really Midwestern. Sorry, Western. Utah. Disgusting. But I don't know. I did not realize that Mormons had a thing against sodas, especially because I knew Swig existed. Swig, what's that? So if you've been in the States and you've ever seen like drive-through daiquiris, like the Eskimo Hut, or barn liquor stores and stuff that you can like pull up, buy alcohol and leave. Utah wanted their own version of that, but they're dry. They don't drink alcohol. So instead, they made a company called Swig, which imagine like Seven Brew or other like Dutch Bros, where you drive up and order. Actually, do they drink coffee? I think it's coffee is what this is. Mormons and coffee. Okay, they do not drink coffee. That's what it was. That's what I did mix up. It wasn't drive-up alcohol place. It was coffee. They don't drink coffee. So in Utah, according to my knowledge and what I was told, because it's mostly Mormon, they don't have, well, they probably do have like variety coffee shops, but Mormons don't drink coffee. So as an alternative to having this like majority Mormon state, a lot of, let's see, coffee shops in Utah. Map. What the fuck? There is one in the South and the rest is in Salt Lake City. That is... Okay, hold. This is a map I have to show you. Because this is so dumb. Canyon Coffee, right here. And then here's the rest. I live in the UK. We don't have this swig company. We don't have it in, well, there's probably some in Texas. Here, I was actually looking at the menu. Oh, good Lord. I've never seen them. These fuckers have got to be like tucked away, right? What does the blue one mean? Oh, coming soon. Okay. Oh, good Lord. That is way too many. Way too many. I'm going to try and find a swig now. Listen, go there and tell me what the dirty Dr. Pepper tastes like. Because it's, oh God. Yeah, they have so many like mixed drinks, and I call them mixed drinks. It's a soda and then they add like fruit puree or some kind of cream to it. But it is so goofy. Weird alternatives to drive-through alcohol. Meanwhile, my state has a bunch of speakeasies still. A lot of states still have their like speakeasies. A lot of cities do. A lot of old US cities do still have their stuff. Huh. Okay. The South is wild. The thing is, swig didn't start in the South. It started in Utah. Actually, hold on. Let's bring back those locations. I want to see the saturation locations again. Wow. I did not realize how far east they went. They're in fucking Florida. Okay, let's bring the screen back. Screen's back. Like, this is fucking Salt Lake City. They're literally blocks away from each other. What the why are there two right here? What? Provo 1, Provo 2? Okay, this is... Wait. Wait. This is Brigham Young, isn't it? This is a college. This is Brigham Young University. All of this is the university. Which is why there's two over here, literally right off their fucking baseball fields. Barely off campus. There's the fucking IT building. Christ. Oh yeah, you could definitely tell that's the university. There's just an empty space there. Why are they like this? Nobody likes soda this much. Nobody likes soda this much. I went to New England and Dunkin' Donuts. We used to have Dunkin's 2 minutes down the street from each other. The thing is, I lived in New England for 2 years. It's not only that there's Dunkin' there, it's that there's also really good local brands. Does anybody know Holy Donuts? I need to know if anybody knows Holy Donuts. Menu. Okay, real quick. Back to screen because I can't make up my goddamn mind apparently. Say hi to Holy Donut, kids. Holy Donut is a chain in New England that sells potato donuts. And they are awesome. Oh my God, we already got the apple ones. Yes, yes, apple cider donuts. Is Krispy Kreme? Listen, Krispy Kreme is good in its own way, okay? Don't knock Krispy Kreme. But yeah, the fucking unhealthy obsession with New England and Dunkin' Donuts is so fucking weird. I'm assuming a cluster of swigs correlates with the United States Mormon population because who else drinks there? You would be surprised how much... Hold on, you know what? That is a stat we can track. The average American drinks 42.2 gallons of soft drinks a year. Mind you, I drink a single-digit number of cans of soda in a year. The number of sodas I've had to drink this year, I can count on one hand. I've probably had less than a gallon of soda. And there's tons of other Americans that are like that. So... there are people out there carrying the statistics of averages out to 42 gallons. I've known people. Actually, you know what? Just think of Asmongold. Just think of Asmongold. That man physically cannot drink water. Like he has goddamn rabies. I have unsoded significantly, and I'm very proud of you, Sunstar. I'm very proud of you. I'll drink your share. Neko? That is a terrible idea. Holy Donuts is a New England chain. At least there's none in my state. All seem to be Maine. Okay, it is the Maine only chain then. Because I had one like right down the road from me. And then there was one when I worked at the mussel farm. There was one quite literally across the street on my walk there. It was one of the more original locations. So it was like a very tiny... But yes, they have awesome selections. Oh, I forgot about the maple bacon. The maple bacon donut is so good. It's so good, dude. Awesome. Awesome donuts. I never had their coffee, though. Never had their coffee. Wicked Joe's Organic Coffees. Vegan options. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Is this Voodoo Donuts? No, this is Holy Donuts. Holy Donuts is they use potato starch for their donuts. So they're very dense. They're quite filling. I like the mixed berry too. The mixed berry was very good. But what I was saying was the New England's obsession with Dunkin' Donuts is really fucking weird. Because Dunkin' is so mediocre, dude. It is so mediocre. Aspen Molds would start hissing like a demon if he was anywhere close to water. I watched the video recently because I'd never seen it before of him taking like a sip of water and then gagging and reaching for his like Route 44 Sonic cup and slurping down whatever was in it. No, Queens, I agree. Dunkin' is a shit company. Their food is mediocre at best. It's dry as hell And if you get a breakfast sandwich, the eggs are always overcooked. The coffee is nasty. The donuts are fine. They're donuts. How can you fuck up donuts? It's not that hard. But literally going to any other local donut place in the area had better donuts. There was a place called, I think it was like, let me see, Portland Donut Truck. No. It was like donut for 88 donuts. There it is. These are the best donuts I've ever had in my life. Luckily, I have an Instagram account now, so I guess I can view things on Instagram again. So this wasn't the exact food truck. They have a trailer. The trailer's actually new. I don't remember the trailer, but they do mini donuts and they're pretty pricey. So you see these chocolate ones? Those are the Boston cream donuts. I was never able to buy them because I didn't know where their location was downtown, but a coworker, when we opened together, brought me some of these Boston cream donuts. They were the greatest donut I have ever had in my entire life. The outside is perfectly fried to be crispy. The inside is hot, cakey goodness. Oh my God. I think about these donuts all the time, especially because they had a food truck. I want to see if they had a picture of the other food truck. Oh yeah, this is basically how they come. They come in packs of 6. This is the downtown location. I never knew where it was. I didn't see it, didn't spot it. But so they have a trailer and they have like a whole ass, like one of those van food trucks. And that truck actually lived in my neighborhood. Here it is. It's down here in this corner. The owners of the company lived in my neighborhood at the time. So sometimes when I was coming home from work, I would end up stuck behind the truck because they would take the truck home with them at the end of the day. Good fucking donuts, dude. Good fucking donuts. Oh, this is a different location, isn't it? Oh, this is the Sugarloaf location. Okay. Wow, they've been doing really well since I left. Oh, here it is. Here's the front of the truck. Good truck. They have a classic sign too on the front I forgot about. Anyway, support local businesses, kids. Always want to try an Amish donut. Amish donut, is that a brand? Or is that a specific type of donut? My town actually does have a cronut location. Ooh, these donuts do look awesome. Holy shit. Holy shit. Those are some good looking donuts. God damn. They look almost biscuity. Interesting. Queens, thank you for doing your season pass. I'm pressing this to make it stop showing up. Excuse me. Oh, I think you can click like the little X, can't you? I'm pretty sure you can. Or does it keep like popping up in chat doing like the little like the box that's like, don't forget to share your sub. Don't forget to share your sub. I didn't see an X. It keeps showing. I wonder why. Goodness, hold on. I need some water. Hi, Jay. I don't know what we're doing today. I don't know anymore what we're gonna do today. Because I don't think I really feel like watching videos today anymore. Baron's a big sweet goober? What do you mean? I'm terrifying. I'm haunting even. Look at me, I'm terrifying. How could you? How could you? I'm horrifying. Here, trigger your trypophobia, by the way. I haunt you more than you haunt me, let's be real. Damn. Guess I gotta start sneaking merch into people's houses so they wonder how they got it. Can I recommend horror webtoons? My current top one is Nevermore. Nevermore is my favorite webtoon. My favorite spooky-ish webtoon because lesbians. Toxic Yuri for the win. And supernatural monsters. It's great. It's fantastic. Go read Nevermore. I think it's on Webtoons. It's either on Webtoons or on Tapas. I'm pretty sure it's on Webtoons. What do you mean, get her? She's in scrungling distance. You can't scrungle me. I am not scrungleable. Also, we are not getting closer to that sheep go round stream. Truly wonder. Truly a wonder. Also, look at the details on my bottom lip. A little too close. I can see the smear job. I can see the smear job. Scrungle the boss? What do you mean scrungle the boss? Wasn't the mobile scrungler broken? I could have swore the scrungler was broken. Anyway. Witch Creek Road. Oh, I read Witch Creek. Witch Creek is finished though, right? It's not still ongoing, isn't it? I was gonna say, I think I remember finishing Witch Creek Road in like one sitting. I'm pretty sure I did. Oh, good Lord. But... cool artist. Follow. Anyway. Busts on the doors and sits on a pillow in the corner. You know what? Yeah, you can sit on the pillow in the corner. I like your new digs. That's giving off monster-seeking monster vibe. Oh my god. Oh my god. Me and my business associate noticed you from across the bar, and we really like your vibe, and we're wondering if you'd be interested. I know a good horror mystery like Mother Like Daughter. I've been trying to catch up on a Jungle Juice. It's so good. Fuck yeah, dude. Jungle Juice is one of the best manhwa out there. I'm up to date on it now. It's fucking crazy. I'm a creature of chaos. Fear me? No, go back to your pillow. Go back to your pillow. But... wait, what the hell is this? Oh, okay. Ghost data. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. But... my god. Crumble. Oh, well. Got room for slimes? What do you mean got room for slimes? Room? There's always room in the audience for more. Gannon? Get your hams back here, bucko. Get your hams back here. Okay. I am not sure what we're going to do today, chat. Do we want to just stick with the original plan, or do we want to do something spontaneous? Only for uppies? Oh my god, Gannon! Spontaneous? We could jump back into Resident Evil 1. Trying to remember where we were heading at the end of Resident Evil 1 last time, because we were going somewhere. Oh, it was the puzzle room. We need to figure out that puzzle room. That's right. Or we could check out Damned 2, but I'm pretty sure Damned 2 is an asset flip horror game. You know what? Do we want to do Damned 2? It's a multiplayer game, but we can play as the monster in it, so we could go terrorize some people. Your votes count. Don't try to vote if you're catching it on +1. Huh? The monster series are here for Halloween. I could not tell you the last. How about Dead by Daylight? I do have Dead by Daylight downloaded. Or we could play Deadlock. I have not got to play any of the new characters in Deadlock in a while. Silksong Crash Team. Yep, that's why I put in the like I'm live announcement was come hang out while you wait for Silksong. Come back here and receive your uppies. Ooh. Ooh. DPD jump scare. Sadly, I don't have a lot of the new characters. I'm pretty... Ooh. But I do have Dredge. We could terrify people as Dredge in DVD. So we have Damned 2. We have Dead by Daylight. We could always go back to Resident Evil 1. Springtrap chat? I don't have Springtrap. Don't think I've played Dead by Daylight since Springtrap came out. I opened the game back in August 20th. Atlas Trials. I don't know. I kind of want to terrorize some people. So we could either do... Instead of like running in Outlast Trials, I'd much rather do like the terrorizing. So we could do Killer DBD. Monster Damned 2. Again, we're gonna have to learn Damned 2 because I was given a key for it. It's brand spanking new. And I have no idea what like the goals of the game are. Or we can do Deadlock. Seggy's currently playing Deadlock. Seggy. All right, hold on. Okay. I just realized my Steam was set to invisible for some reason. I don't even remember why. Terrorize. Okay, do we want to pull this, chance? Do we want to pull this? Is that what this is going to be? Or do I need to make do the ballsy thing and see what games have drops right now and we pick from there? Oh God, how do I drops and rewards? There it is. Huh. Doesn't seem like Dead by Daylight has a drop right now. Kind of unusual. Usually they do have pretty continuous drops. Wow, there are so many drops.
There's our man. There's
our man. There's our boy. Hey, Guilt Fishing Planet has drops. Not even out for 12 hours, already at 304k views. Is that the what the game that like wait, it has drops. Rewards, Hornet. Are there skins in Silksong? Huh. Go to participating live channel, purchase 1 recurring or gift subscription, and claim the reward Hornet. Prime subscriptions do not count towards this reward. Very interesting. Okay. Free shit while being a terrorist sounds fun. I wish, but it doesn't look like Dead by Daylight has one right now. Dead by Daylight was the one that I was expecting to have one. But I'm starting to think they only do it when they have like really big events. The other thing too is I think right now, 2v8 is available in Dead by Daylight. I'm pretty sure. Let's just let me catch up and chat really quick. We gambling. Ooh, we could technically gamble on some things. Okay. Like, I mean, if we wanted to gamble on it, we could do like, how well am I going to do in a match? How many people are going to escape? Hell, y'all could even choose what killer I'm going to play. Do we dare do that for subs? That seems a little too much for subs, I think. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and put this away because we're definitely not doing anything on the browser. Bust out the gambas. I need to get to 2 mil. Oh boy. All right. All right. Let's do a poll. We're actually gonna do a poll for sure. So, what game? DVD, Killer, Damned, 2, First Time, or Deadlock? Bust up the gambas need to get to 2 mil. Oh shit, free. Okay. What about hunts? I don't like doing hunt by myself. I really don't. I love playing hunt with people more than anything. It's also because I like to adapt to people's playstyles in hunt more than anything. A damned first time. Ooh. The curse of multiplayer games? True. And the thing too with these multiplayer games, more often than not, aside from like probably playing the monster in Damned 2 or playing the killer in DBD, playing those games by yourself is not nearly as fun as doing it with a friend, with just one additional friend. I need to figure out why Hunt Showdown crashed on my PC so I can play that again. Do yourself a favor, Jay. Go check the last time you updated your BIOS. And if it's been more than a year, you should definitely update your BIOS. Because it could be an issue with your CPU if you have newer generation CPUs. Wheel of Punishments. All right. Let me get this open. I just closed the other browser on the other monitor. Now I got to make another one. You monster. All right, let's see. Don't be Chef's Club. Don't be Chef's Club. Don't be Chef's Club. Don't be Chef's Club. Fun. Okay, it was almost 25 push-ups. Instead, it's timeout target. Simon, who do you want to time out? Who do you want to time out? You can't pick mods. You cannot pick mods. Anybody else gonna vote? There's only 6 votes total. It's almost out of time. Tick, tick, tick. All right, we're playing Damned. Damned 2. All right. My mates. All right, let me make sure I get this open. Change the audio settings. Close you. Take you. Bring you right on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, lag. Okay, there we go. All right, let me change some of the settings first. Unlocked. Early witness. Ooh. Oh, God. Epic? How about no? Unlimited frames? Also no. Are we better? Are we clean? I think it's a little bit better. All right. I clicked the wrong button. I clicked the wrong button. You know what? We are going to take the jacket off. No, not the eye clumps. Oh, my small eye is back. There we go. Dinghams 2. Looking for a bed and to seat me right. All right. I voted for DBZ. It's okay. We'll see how this game goes, and then maybe we'll do both. Of a switchblade and a motorbike. All right. Anyway, we'll kill the music for now. We may bring it back because it's a multiplayer game, but turning it up a little bit to make sure I can hear it. Chat mics, subtitles on. Oh, that's just the button to click to make it go back to default. WASD, interact is left click. Toggle flashlight, right click. Huh. Battery. Sanity pills. 5F, slow walk, alt, transform. Primary skills, right click, movement skill, shift, special skill, Q, jump, third person camera, ghost skill. I wonder what a ghost skill is. All right. Public lobby. Wait, is this a tutorial? I thought it was joining a public lobby. Okay, we'll do beginner first. Puzzles more difficult. I want to play the monster. How do I play the monster? Ah. Okay, they definitely got to get like a better like selection thing. Hold on, let's go back. Can I exit? Lobby list. Oh, okay. Maybe we won't be able to play this game because it seems like it's only custom lobbies right now. They didn't come up with a matchmaking? And they only gave me a single key? Hold on. Also, apparently we just lost like 5 subs. Because according to Twitch, we are at 97 subs again. We are back under 100. That count up there is just like adding it up. It doesn't like tally it down in any way, I don't think. But let me see real quick. I think I got this from, was it Lurkits? I'm playing FNAF. Help, wanted. I'm so dead. You will be remembered, Widow. You will be remembered. Ah, retro! All right, what workouts do you want me to do? I feel like they didn't think this through. I'm pretty sure I got a key from... No, I want my keys. Creator kits? Yeah, they gave me 1 key. 1 key to an unfinished game that requires a custom lobby. Are you serious, guys? You know what? Let's wait a little bit. All right, we'll wait a little bit. Go ahead and put on a banner before it yells at me some more. And we'll see if we get 80 people joining. Hi, Day. How are you doing? Because the rivals post, the pelvic one, I mean? What do you mean? Also, is that a motherfucking treasure train? I missed that. Wait, was that It is. It's a fucking treasure train. Holy shit. Do you have to 500 bits or 1 sub remaining to complete level 3? So is the discount already on or? What's this button do? Interesting. Yeah, it's apparently a treasure train, right? Yeah, okay, it is. If I click the drop down, it actually tells me it is the treasure train. No, 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 no. If we finish this level, actually, I think we already have it. So that should be, I think it lasts a little while. Oh, no, it is exclusively during this train. So if y'all ever wanted to gift a bunch, this is the time to, Jay! Thank you for the 5 subs! Also, hold on, wait, did you want the workout from the post? Pick? Oh, for the fucking, the time out, you fucking dork. Buy the subs while they're cheap, make Baron suffer. That's true, you can make me suffer. Like, we have the whole board for it. I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger. That's a pretty big bitch. That's a pretty big bitch. Chat will be able to make another pizza again if we hit 300 subs. And I'll have to play Hello Kitty Island Adventure again. Wow, there's a lot of maps back here. Yes, discount is active. You know what? 4th floor. We'll do random map. Oh, hey, you can select ones you don't like. Fuck it, but now we'll do the hotel. Puzzle selection. Oh. Huh. If you buy enough subs this stream, we can turn it into a workout stream for Marin. That is true. You could very much do that. Also, were you saying the workout you wanted me to do, Sunstar, was the pelvic thrust one? The pelvic raises? And the thing is, every time we hit one of these are going to be repeated every time. We hit 10, you get to pick a workout. We hit 25. You get to pick what copy pasta I record. You have to be the 25th. You have to be the divisible of 25th. When we hit 50, you will be able to pick workouts, record copy pasta, and a new emote. Actually, I think what I'm going to do instead of that, it could be 2 copy pastas, or okay, it could be 5 workouts. Okay, you can get anything underneath. We'll do anything underneath, or the pick a new emote. God damn it, Twitch freed me from the past. What do you mean past? Oh, is there a big delay? I've only dropped like 29 frames in this whole stream. Literally 0.0% of stream. The Saja Boy's thrust power? Oh my god. Do I need to like... Wait, here, let's try changing the difficulty. Yes? Okay, hold on. While we're waiting, I need to get down. I'm going to do the pelvic raises. I think for this, because I don't have weights in here, which would usually make it... Oh, goodness. Ah, good stretch. All right. 90-second delay? Oh, my God. 33 to 30 minutes in the past? What the fuck? Once that stream turned out to be over, that's fucking insane. All right, let me do these pelvic thrusts. Let's do like 20, I think, would be a valid amount without weight. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right. What happens? Oh, did you push the... Oh, you did. You did push the train over. Oh, shit. All right, we have 5 minutes until the ad break as well. Remember when Twitch did that here? I think that was an ISP issue. I think it was an ISP issue with my ISP, which then fucked up the stream to Twitch. Right? I think. I think, question mark. Also, hold on. I'm going to grab this and make a post in the Discord really quick. Okay. Like, get pinged! Get pinged! Anyway. Had to use Twitter stream. Anonymous! How could you? How could you? Thank you for the 5 subs. I'm very confused how we now ended up with 6-point difference. Hold on, let me try something real quick. Let me try this. Okay, there we go. There's the proper count. Morn! Hi, Fairbanks! Hi, very confused. We are chat. Hi, Penguin. How are you doing? Hi, chat. Also, if you can't see the game behind me, we still haven't got anybody to join the game. I think. Like, I don't know if I have to do something else, like start match or something. Oh, it'll let me start it. Okay, hold on. What's it gonna do though? Am I gonna like instantly win? Mary, start in Mary's invisible form. Invisible! Can't see survivors, doors, or puzzles. Can't attack. Haunt to gain energy and see survivors. When energy is full, you can berserk to kill survivors. Pull invaders while haunting. Possess objects from far while invisible. Gain a small amount of haunt energy when pulling survivors. Collect your lost dolls to curse them and place them in the environment. Gain energy when invaders are seen. Teleport forward while invisible or haunting. Place dolls to reveal survivors. Reveal survivors, see their location for a few seconds. Oh. I remember this game, at least the first one. Hi, Otaku. Boats. Penguin, thank you for gifting a sub to Stevie. Cool. Rilfara, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Ooh, I just realized how smudgy it is. Ember. Oh. Did not think that it was going to be the, The thing is, I don't think there's any... Ooh, why does it make that sound? Okay, so what can I do with the doll? Oh, okay. So the dolls are basically like cameras for me. So if I put them down, I'm guessing I can see. Unless I do this. Okay. through the store they entered and are now trapped. Pumpkin. Haunting survivors. Okay. She's so slow when she comes out. Okay, like this is her walking speed. Interesting. No jumping over counters. Oh darn. Okay. These maps are... At least they feel strange in like this form, I guess. Pumpkin. Okay, let's go see what these things are. Oh, I can't go in here, but I can see through the door. Okay. Interesting. Okay, what are those things? That's what I'm going to find. Was chicken unaccounted for? What do you mean you have a chicken unaccounted for? Oh, these are the rest of my dolls. Okay, they just got really granulated in the distance. Sunstar, thank you for more gifted subs. Holy shit. Y'all are trying really hard to keep this hype train going, aren't you? And I am lagging. What the hell? Thing too is this, I don't think I could do anything because I wonder what Q does. Wait, what did that do? Teleport to a nearby spire, prioritizing those seen by the cursed doll at the cost of haunted energy. Okay. But I think it just teleported me to a random location because there's not a survivor in the game. Y'all see how, like, I'm pretty sure that's another doll over there. But do you see how it's literally just 9 pixels? It does the same thing over here. Oh, that's the one that I put down there. Wait, what the fuck? Where did it go? Where did both of them go? What the hell? Gotta wait a couple seconds. I also don't know for sure what the, like, fogginess on my camera means. Kind of scared me for a second. But I don't think there's enough players right now for this game to get a lobby. Which is very unfortunate, but I did see Rama has this game, so maybe I can try putting a group together someday. The thing is, this was a key that was given to me too. So, I have an answer, Fairbanks. What's up? Oh, hey, I got an achievement. Okay. Because, like, low temps? But I'm the monster! And I'm technically, well, apparently not as invisible as I thought. But hey, I got feet in this game. Well. I don't think we're going to talk about the implication of the fact that I can do this. Anyway. The thing is, too, is I recognize some of these assets. And so, like, a lot of the time, I'm just kind of... meh, I suppose. And I can't do anything right now because it's literally just me. Because the game apparently lets you start a lobby where you're just the monster. I see you're an owl. A fucking apparently. Is the deal to not miss? That's true. That's very true. Now, a lot of these emotes I will get next month after the September payday comes through. Oh, is it over? Success? All right. I don't think there's anything else we can explore with this. Go to lobby. Hype chest. Spit the... Wait, that is a great emote. I like that emote. Hi, Pele. How are you doing? Back. Let's do exit lobby. Lobby list. Custom difficulty. What I'm thinking though is all of these are marked 4 players, but this one's marked 5. So like, is this one where are all of these going to be NPC monsters? We can go check. We'll join and check. Yeah, that's a monster AI. 170 ping? Ow. Ow. What about this one? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, they were in the middle of a game. Yeah, password. We'll try it again, and this time, though, we are gonna wait through the whole thing. Yeah, we're gonna wait through the commercial break with this open to see if we get anybody that joins the lobby. Can I change the map really quick? Little section. 4th floor, why not? Well, these are a little longer. Ashen Mortuary? Sure. Sure, why not? Alright, ad break's gonna start any second. I'm going to mute the game audio and bring the music back. Jesus. Jesus! Sorry, that was loud in my ears. That was loud in my ears. And I'm not going to go anywhere. I don't think. You know what? I'm going to say fuck it. I'm going to go try and take a bathroom break. So I'll be back in a minute. Oh, it changed the thing again. Okay. There we go. And I will see you in just a couple minutes, chat. Don't burn anything down. Actually, I'm going to go check that salad, see if it's still good too. Okie dokie. What'd I miss? Who died? We didn't get any players. All right. I think we're going to call that. Because this is what? 5, 2, 9, 10, 12 players total online for this game. Kind of a crazy low number. All right. Sorry that took so long though, chat. I was trying to figure out I never made it to run to the bathroom. So I had to... Okay. Because I saw a thing on the Spotify problem, and I could not find the fucking privacy section in Spotify settings. That's exactly where I was. That's not a privacy section. Okay. Okay. All right, chat. Do we want to do DVD or do we want to do Deadlock? Here, you know what? We'll pull it again. We'll pull it again. And then I can put words away, but I think we're going to stay on the game screen. Well, that was disappointing. I kind of wanted to see what the game was like, but apparently if I wanted to play the monster, I can't get into a lobby. So Deadlock and what was it? DVD. We're looking at 2 minutes. 2 minutes it is. All right. Don't forget to vote, every single one of you little heathens. My favorite little heathens. That's another person playing Sly Cooper. Why do I keep seeing so many people play Sly Cooper? Very weird. Chat, can I get a sound off? I want every person that's listening. I want a sound off really quick. Give me an emote. Give me a yell. Give me something. Not a blink. Use your words, Sunstar. Ears do be hears. What you want? Good job, Roseanne. I'm proud of you. Ah! Bird up, yo. Bird up. Ooh, I think Deadlock's gonna win. On mobile? Good. I just want a sound off. I just want to see a sound off here real quick. Because I'm testing something. Strange. All right. Let's swap this. It looks like Deadlock's gonna win. And then, so let me double check some of this. Hold on, I need... Okay. Did it win? Not yet, but it's about to. God damn. What's your favorite donut? Ooh. Blueberry cake donuts. Blueberry cake donuts are my favorite. 100%. All right, that is Deadlock for sure. Is that the right icon for Deadlock? Huh, I guess it is. That's a pretty grim looking icon, but I dig it. I dig it. All right. Let me get this game opened. The locks do be dead. For anybody who doesn't know what Deadlock is, it is a third-person shooter MOBA that basically takes place in a world where, like, every occult thing is real, if that makes sense. Ooh. Oh, oh, it's set to full screen. Why do you do this to me? Why do you do this to me? Where is... There it is. It's way at the bottom. All right. Let me change some settings real quick. Video? We'll probably be fine. Full screen focus behavior? What does that mean? A lava lamp. It's true. This is the character that I played the most. Custom. Why can't I change the hertz? Never mind. In-game maximum. Okay, we're gonna reduce this to 90. Okay. Maximum frame rate per second. Only slightly above. So let's do... I'm getting stuff together to cosplay Mina. You're gonna cosplay Mina? Hold on. For everybody in chat, where is she? This is Mina. Ooh, that was loud, and I forgot to unmute. Turn the music down just a little bit more. This is Mina. Lovely little Mina.
I'd give up if I were you. Bye.
Oh, I hit my fucking keyboard trying to turn around. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't got to play any of the new characters yet. I'll just have to cut my hair. Ooh. Ooh. Also, the game is really loud in my ears. This one is the one that I'm kind of interested in. She's really cute too, but the doorman. The doorman chat.
I think you'll find the service at the Baroness to be exemplary.
I love this little eldritch creature of a man. And his reticle is a fucking key shape.
This should help.
His reload is dropping the pistol into a door. Hold on. And then it opens from another door. Amazing. Anyway, door. Other door.
Awaits.
Fantastic. And what are you? Cosmic Horror Doorman? Cosmic Horror Doorman. And then one of the things you do, I think is, if I'm correctly, his ult is literally just...
Enjoy your stay.
That person is apparently stuck in a mini game. According to what his ult does, is it puts them in a mini game that they have to escape out of. Like if I go here, sends the target's physical body to be a guest in the Baroness Hotel. The guest is to promptly make their way to the exit elevator where they'll be sent back to their original location. A stay at the Baroness Hotel is paid for. It's spirit damage. Fantastic. Also, though, does anybody know how to set up the, like, custom shops? Oh, you are the shop.
Something for personal defense.
Build browser. Public. Okay. I usually take these and follow them because I am very stupid. Very, very stupid. So, ooh, headhunter. Okay, hold on. So this game has a unique, I don't know too much about this game. I like Doorman Vina. I forgot his name. The guy with the red claws. Red claws. The new like werewolf guy. I don't know his name off the top of my head. We'll look at him in just a second. Weapon. All right, we'll take you. They've also changed the icons, so I'm a little confused by some of these. We can show you the rest of the characters in just a minute. So I will save that one just in case. And you. Okay. All right, let's go with the other characters. So we'll start at the top. Oh, I didn't mean to click him. I meant to hover him. We have Abrams, who is a demon like gumshoe. He's pretty cool. He's a tank. He's a brawler. He has this massive as shit revolver. Bebop, he's a melee robot, and he will absolutely toss your fucking salad. That's not even a joke. Off-brand the Hellboy? Yeah, kind of. Pretty much, actually. He also has a giant book. His book is very cool. Bebop, he will rock your shit. Don't fight him. Billy is brand new. I don't know exactly how Billy works.
Ask me if I'm angry all the time, and it's like,
but
yeah,
I love him.
I'm pissed.
I can't
Why
believe they
aren't
put
you?
Nico McGoat in the game. So he has an SMG. Ooh. Okay.
Let's go.
Blasted. Okay, what does blasted do? Melee hits restore ammo. I'm trying to remember what was the melee button? Okay, ping still exists. What was the melee button? Because I didn't really play melee characters that much, but melee is important in this game because it has a parry mechanic. Q, okay. F, okay. Yeah, there's a parry with F. And you have quick attacks, you have charge. So, unfortunately, you do not have combos. I'm curious what his ult is. Also, wait a second. Oh, blasted refills with melee attacks. Ooh.
You got nothing.
Ooh, okay. Okay, hold on. What does this ult do? Chain nearby enemies to you. Chained enemies cannot use movement abilities and receive a heavy slow when they pull on the chain. Oh. Hold on. Sack blasted again.
Kill me if you can.
Okay. Melees actually do a good job. Yes, they do. There's actually other melees I will show you in just a second. I'll actually show you the one I'm thinking first. Yamamoto with the tallest head in the fucking game. You think cosplaying would be difficult? A lot of the outfits seem pretty simple. The accessories and hair seem like a difficult part. I think I've only tried cosplay once, so I could be wrong. I have never cosplayed. Not once in my life. Not ever. I'd like to. I want to cosplay, what's their name? Legion. One of the Legion girls. The older one. Because I have a skin I like to play as Legion that I want to turn into a cosplay. But yeah, Yamamoto is another melee character, very samurai-ish. I am terrible with him. I am not going to show you how he works. Back in order, Calico. Very cool character.
It's about time.
She is badass. She's the new one that came out since I've last played. She's not one of the newest ones, but I also have not got to play her. Doorman, like I said, brand spanking new. Here is Drifter. This is the wolf man that you were talking about.
Time I'm true with them.
He looks like he's melee character. I'm sure he is. Dynamo. Dynamo is... I forget, is he support? He looks way better than he did before. So I don't remember what Dynamo does. Great Talon. Great Talon is a sniper with a bow and an owl. Very fun, very cool. This person can be very annoying. Hayes. Hayes is another one of my favorites. She is... What's a good example? She is every MOBA's assassin that turns invisible, has really fast damage, and their ult is basically damage the shit out of people around in a certain area. That is her ult. Holiday, brand spanking new. I actually kind of want to check her out. Is that a fucking beer barrel? What? Powder keg. Explodes after a delay. Drop a bounce pad in the world that launches any hero. Explodes. You explode on landing. Okay. Crack shot. Headshot deal bonus damage applying fade. Okay.
Bounce pad's down. Gonna blow.
Ah, I see. Okay. Now, can I reuse it every time, or will I explode every time? Okay, no. So I don't explode every time. That's pretty good headshot damage, but... Average reload.
I'm done playing nice.
Oh, it's passive. It activates on a headshot. Okay.
Pompous ass.
I see.
Nice job.
And it only comes around every 20 seconds. Okay, that's not great. Lasso.
Shoot them before they escape.
Ah, just yoink and pull. I like it. Which voice? Her voice?
Let me show you why I'm the law. Ready to move.
I know that voice. I know that voice. It's not Laura Bailey, is it? Evelyn? No. I can't put my finger on it. All right. Where were we? Holiday. Inferno, if you want to meet a bad boy
One of my regulars, aren't you?
who is kind of similar to Hayes in terms of his shooting, but he shoots with his fingers.
Took out 7. Way to go.
Fantastic.
Burn it down. Anyone else want to play with fire?
Oh god, they increased the size of this. Holy shit. Jesus. Okay. Hayes? She's not always invisible, but she does have a pretty robust invisibility ability. Ivy. Ivy is... I'm trying to remember. She's kind of a support tank. I think I've played her once, but not for very long. Kelvin is like an ice utility character. He's pretty fun, pretty cool. Lady Geist.
Will never be forgotten.
Ooh, they updated her pistol. That looks fucking sick. She used to have this like little dinky, like muff pistol. Now they gave her this fucking monstrosity. Jesus, man. Now, if I remember correctly, most of her stuff is sacrificing health and regaining health.
Your vitality belongs to me.
And then her ult is literally just swap HPs. You swap HPs with enemies.
Your machinations end here.
But she is quite a fun character too. But who else do we have? Lash. Do they still have descriptions for characters? Oh, they don't. I don't think. Because, oh, wait. Ah, there it is. Jacob Lash is an asshole. And to give you an idea, let's just hover like another random person. All the others have actual backstories, which is fantastic. Also, I want to know his backstory. He's proper, he's polite, but the humble doorman of the Baroness Hotel is more than meets the eye. While he has only planned to experience life on this plane for a few weeks, the doorman quickly discovered that the New York service industry was a great way to see the strange demands that please humans. Anyway, McGinnis, this is big minigun. She drops turrets and stuff. She's very good. She was very good in the past. I hope she's still good now. Mina, harasser, pseudo middle range that like we just saw. Mirage is new. I have not seen him played. I don't know what he does. Says bodyguard, so I'm guessing he has some defensive abilities. Mo and Krill, tag team, double team. Is cosplaying as her brother and is an alien. What? That explains the head shape. That explains why her head is so like weirdly shaped compared to everyone else. Paige, I only played Paige a little bit, and that was only like yesterday when I signed in to check her out. I'll probably play her today at some point. Paradox is the one that I play the most, followed immediately by Pockets. I love this fucking they them travesty. I think they also changed their shotgun too. I just realized all of the pets are also in this room. Because that's Grey Talon's owl. And Calico's cat was just in here earlier. Can I shoot you? Oh my god, I can. I feel like a monster. Yeah, she basically has the description of like a gray alien.
channeling spirits.
Into my pocket. And then a teleport.
Thanks, then.
I love this character. Oh, right.
I'll drain it.
Oh, that's a new spell effect for the ult. It used to be different. Hitch, 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 hitch. Anyway.
I can't
there's
let Sam
Calico's
get
cat.
what he wants from the patrons.
Okay. Where were we? 7! Electric Shock Boy. I hate him. I hate him. Before the last 2 batches of new characters, everyone, he was in every single game because his ult is the perfect zoning tool. Here, I'll give you an idea. I've never played him, but because I always avoid the ones that everybody's playing. That lightning strike is actually new. It was not there before. It's literally just that continuous lightning damage in a sphere. It's very good. Had to nerf enemies in my Discord. They have the ability to message at everyone. I have gave garlic bread as compensation. Garlic bread. I want garlic bread. I ran out of garlic bread already. Shiv is basically another very like melee mid-range brawler. I like that his fucking revolver looks like a utility knife or like one of those like pliers things. Hi, Lucian. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is Deadlock. It's free to play. It's free to play on Steam. Sinclair. I actually found out. Apparently, I was told like yesterday nobody plays Sinclair. He's like a magician that's now stuck in like a puppet.
90% of the work.
Shut up.
And he can summon an assistant
Introducing the spectacular Savannah.
who do his abilities with him. And you can teleport to them. Turn him into a rabbit. Ultimate copies. Fantastic. But yeah, apparently not a lot of people play Sinclair. Like, these are often so much more fun. That's what I usually do. I pick the characters that I both like the look of and that have, like, interesting, like, abilities. Victor. I don't know what Victor is like at all. Ooh.
I just get better at hiding it.
Is that a nail gun? That is definitely a nail gun. Amazing. All right, what do you do? Taking any damage passively charges up your pain battery. Activating the ability all targets. Okay, jumpstart. Spirit damage to yourself, then gain bonus regeneration and bonus speed decaying over time. Unleash pain. Both enemies and yours. Interesting. Reanimate after taking lethal damage, dealing spirit damage, and applying stun to nearby enemies.
The pain will be worth it. I could have gone.
Ah. Okay. Interesting. I like him. But, let's see, where were we? Victor? Vindicta. Was her name always Vindicta?
I'll make the world
I played her a little bit. I was not good with her. She is a sniper who can literally just fly.
Stick around.
That keeps them pinned in location if they try to run. But,
He was
so her whole thing is, she is a sniper, but she doesn't really become much of a sniper until she gets her ult, which is her 4. Which, it doesn't look like it does a lot of damage now, but it's really more of an execute tool. It deals more damage the lower their health is. Hi, Quachi, how are you doing? But I love the graphic update they gave her. She looked pretty poorly before. Viscous. What's a good way to explain Viscous? He's a tank and annoying in the way that he's a pain to deal with because he will come in, he will annoy the shit out of you, and then he will just leave. And you will never be able to kill him. And when she levels up, wait, which part? Oh, wait, is it still invite only? Oh, damn, I didn't know that. I'm sorry. But yeah, then Viper is also a new character that I don't know what he does. Gunner, Slippery, Ratatat, amazing tags. Warden is actually a pretty good character. I avoid him. He's basically because ACAB. ACAB means all cops. Wraith, I love. Wraith is very fun. Aside from the size of her massive fucking shoulder pads. It's Tommy gun, the Ricard that's guiding. Teleports. And then, after reloading,
We're winning this.
this is an AoE buff.
You're not in control.
And then, I don't remember what her ult is. Oh, okay.
And up they go.
And it keeps them, that's a very long stun. Very fun character. Especially the cards, because, let's see.
Seek.
Boom. you get to guide him. It's fantastic. Oh, sorry. That was me hitting the Q. She holds cards in her hand, watch. Amazing. And then Yamamoto, who was the one I mentioned earlier. Hit me up for some player. I'm not amazing at it. I'm trash too. I am not good. I played with Segi a decent bit, but almost every time I'm like bottom of the team. I was mostly gonna play for fun. Here, let's look at Paige real quick.
Most about Arthurian legend is that you have these noble heroes that are totally morally compromised. Oh my god, I didn't notice the time. We have to complete the ritual.
She throws pages.
I couldn't let Seven run free.
We make a good team.
Nice. AoE. And then, if I remember correctly, this is just... Yeah, just a charge. She's a pretty interesting character because... Let me double check. Yeah, allies the barrier. Barrier holds. They gain bonus weapon damage. And then can I select myself? I can. Okay, just by activating it, it automatically selects myself. Neat! Because I nullify? No life the game. No life. Gotcha. For nearly 2,500 hours in it, I'm almost 2,000 alone on PC. Jesus. Jesus. But yeah, if you want to play right now, we can. So if you want to come play. Hi, Mike. How are you doing? She's an adorable little nerd. I love her. All right. Do we want to turn the music down for the game chat and turn up the music volume? Or do we want to turn off the music and leave the game volume? It is up to you. Goth girl, the dirty girl. True. I also like, again, like I like playing a lot of Paradox.
Paradox for help. Wall set. Explosives planted. I don't fear you, Seven.
Did I change her ults? Oh, okay, no, it's a projectile. For some reason, I thought didn't it used to go in a straight line? That was the lob. Gimme. Wait, is that telling me the fucking delay? I think it is. That's the millisecond since they spawn. Huh. So chat, in this game, experience is a little different. These orbs that are coming out, the green is mine. The orange are enemies. When you kill a mob, you get a little bit of experience. You get a little bit. But then they also spit out these similar looking orbs. Hello, how are you doing? Was grabbing a drink, sure I can play? All right. Let me see. What Discord do we want to pop into? We can go to my Discord. I'm doing good. We changed our plans spontaneously today. If you are in my Discord, okay, yeah, we're in mine. So if you let me know when you're in the green room and I can drag you in. But yeah, these are the most important part, which is why, like, if I shoot them, it gives me like a millisecond reading. Because if you shoot the enemy's orbs, you get a little of that experience and you deny it to the enemies. If they go up and pop like that, though, because see, they pop at the ends. It goes to you as long as it goes to whoever it belongs to, as long as you're near it. So like if those orange ones pop, then they get the experience. If the green ones pop, I get the experience. But if I shoot the orange ones or shoot the green ones early, then it's a little bit easier. Is the alerts off anyway? Oh no, the alerts are quiet. But thank you for the 12 months. Holy shit, a year? Damn. Damn. All right, I gotcha. Uh-oh. Was that you? Was that your sign-in sound? Okay, this scared the shit out of me. Oh, you're on my arm. Yeah. It's the downside of having the like energy on the arm is there's invisible layers. Actually, hold on. Can I do? No, I can't do that. Here, we'll do this. God damn it! How are you doing? Oh my god, she's fucking dead.
I am super congested.
Super congested? Oh no.
Yeah. I'm trying to get friends to pop up, but it's not showing.
Huh.
Because, remember Silksong crashed the servers.
Oh, all of the Steam servers? That's why people were posting the like a little monster thing?
It crashed Steam, Sony, and Microsoft.
Oh.
From my understanding, the game has over 1 million players already.
Jesus. It's every person who's played the original game, just like over the last several years, all deciding to play the sequel at once. And wait, it crashed Nintendo too? Jesus. Oh, that's right. Let me show chat how queuing works.
All right,
just really quick. So before you joined into play chat, I'm in the wrong side. Let's do this real quick. I'm going to cover chat momentarily. So in this game, you don't just pick one character like in the lobby that you want. You pick the characters that you want to have the highest priority, or regular priority, or just on your roster. And then you click play, and then you are assigned whatever is like the most available high priority character. But say like, for me, if like Paradox and the Doorman are picked, then or in this case, also Pocket, then it would then give me one of my lower priority ones. I like it. I honestly like the system for a fast like queue system. If you cancel queue, the Mystic moves in reverse. What?
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
I'm over here now. Papa. Turn the game down just a little bit more. All right. I think I do want to rework this a little bit.
You know where to find. Don't expect
Regular priority, regular priority. I actually do want you on high priority.
Sorry, I'm a little late. I'm sure there's someone out there dumb enough to risk their life.
And then, because I want to try some of the new characters. Do I dare bring Sinclair? Hi, Bard. How are you doing? Is it bad I kind of like Billy?
No, he's really good.
Is he? Dang.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not leaving New York. You can only
All right, so we'll give her regular. I think that's enough. All right, now how do you do lobbies with this new setup? Invite to party. There we go. I think another thing I do like though is
for one hell of a story.
depending on the character you have selected when you're in the lobby, it'll actually tell you. It says I'm reading in the hideouts. It says Zoa is grabbing a bite in the hideouts.
Nom nom nom.
And if I change the character again, we'll swap Samina, which is grabbing a bite. I figured.
To which? Which is
Brooding in the hideout. Amazing.
and dreams.
Amazing.
All I have is
I find perception and reality.
I kind of want to play Doorman though. Not gonna lie, I kind of want to play Doorman. Oh, I think it's loading us. Yeah, okay, loading us in the same lobby. Excellent. Excellent. All right. Ready to get our butt kicked?
Yes.
Chat, is there too much audio or anything? I just want to double check. I missed the, I'm good, got, oh, schnitzel and beans. Oh, I want schnitzel. Oh, I've never had schnitzel. I want it though. Your whole party can hang out in the hideout too. Now, Germa? Yeah, it's Germa. It's Eldritch Germa. All right.
You know, he has a fully rendered body underneath his clothes, by the way.
Fully, you say? They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
They know what they're doing. Welcome to the
Maker's
renaissance of animation again, kids.
Yeah, someone took his model apart and was like, wait, why does he have a fully rendered body underneath this?
I mean, it's the best way just in case like animation breaks or anything. Although I just realized exactly how tiny fucking Mina's skirt is and how massive her thighs are. Jesus.
So about the cosplay.
I was like, oh, that'll be an interesting cosplay. And now I look at it, it's like, oh, I see it. I see it now. So just Germa? Yes, it is in fact just Germa. I feel like we need the animation of what is it, Eldritch Germa escapes, where he's like snaps in the hallway and like the dudes in tactical gear just disintegrate.
Oh, from that movie. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Look, they know how to do character design. True. You're 3D modeling a character. Might as well get everything in there, especially if someday they decide to release skins. That's right, chat.
Well,
There's
they
no
have-
skins. There's
They
no
do have
skins in
plans
this
for
game.
skin. like Yamato's first skin's like a yokai that they want to make.
I'm curious to see how it's going to work in the future. That means they'd have to like make a shop and stuff for it.
I think it's going to be just like Dota 2.
Maybe. I love this lamp. Oh my. All right, I got to do 20 squats, so we can queue up, and I will start doing the squats. Do we want to jump right into the fire, or do we want to test out in a bot match? I don't know how much you've played recently. I haven't played since before like Mirage and them came out. I'm fine with jumping straight into the fire.
Yeah, we can jump into it.
Okay. All right, queue time. I'm gonna do 20 squats since the before times. The before times. All right. I love this lobby, bro. I love the look of this lobby. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Battleborn died, but the fan art's the only lifeblood it has. Right now, yeah, 5, 6. It was a little too stylized and released literally the same. Was it the same day as Overwatch? 9, 10.
It was 1 week before.
Yeah, that'll still do it. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right. Dang, I remember having queues being really fast. I guess people have already kind of come and gotten their, like, play of the new characters. I haven't even seen what the new play map looks like.
Well, see, a lot of people in this game are playing either as solos or full pre-mates. I get to play as Mina.
You've read so many stories, Paige, but today you write your own. Summon me and forge a new
It's
future.
Mobility
stereotypical.
max
Helpful.
stack, the most normal mage build, I swear. I don't care, I'm taking that one. That's the build we're doing.
Yep, I guess we're playing as the stereotypical lesbian couple.
Apparently, that dynamo is stationary.
We gotta kill Doorman. Only you can play as Doorman, not them.
They took my doorman, I know. The thing is Paige is...
Cute.
She has travel time. So it's... yeah, but... Oh, it roots. Okay. Every time.
The sniper girl's down. Very low.
I'm not in the lane with you.
Go. But it's me and Doorman. We're killing Doorman.
Butterscotch, they were right.
I'm down.
I do kind of like the new layout a little more, especially with the new details. No, Dynamo. Bad touch.
You know, Heron, when I went into the kitchen to grab a drink, I noticed something very odd in my refrigerator.
Call on the Lady of the Lake.
I got a good over jump on that one. What was it? What was it?
When I went into the kitchen, I noticed something very odd in my refrigerator.
Oh. Billy.
There was 2 boxes of nibblers from Zaxby's in the fridge.
Is it their
there's
popcorn
like-
chicken?
No, it's the small mini sandwiches they have.
God damn it.
There's like 20 of them. I'm like, what is this for?
Not know why somebody keeps coming over here and trying to fight these two in prolonged combat.
Oh, it's Billy. That's why. That's why.
Yeah,
I pick
it's
it up
Billy.
first, too.
Billy was the one that's been bullying everyone.
So let's bully Billy.
I got a story for you.
It's also cooldowns
That's
in this
right, Billy.
game are very unforgiving early on,
I'm down.
and so is fucking Billy. So like all of my cooldowns are like 20 seconds long. Ow, that hurts. Oh, come on. My fucking...
I'm sorry.
No, you're
I'm on
fine.
my
It's,
way.
don't worry about it. Dynamo. Dude, get off my dick. Cease! Cease! Motherfucker!
Stay safe out there.
Yeah, give me that. Whee!
You know, they ganked you and then left.
That's
That's all they
fine.
did.
Because there was... Well, Billy was almost dead. He had like 10 health. But this game is like every
There's a-
character is heavily reliant on items. Always seems to be the case.
Yeah, just like Dota.
Plus, I haven't played in so long, so... Hi, Billy. Motherfucker, can I help you?
Dynamo's almost down, by the way. He's at half health.
Yep, yep,
Damn, Billy already has his ult. We
yep.
need to go to
He's
different lane.
been bullying the shit out of us, so...
You guys were supposed to be hard.
I always think it's funny, too, when the enemies are doing well. God damn it. Ow.
I want you to be dead.
Oh. Oh, it's you. Okay. Can work on almost every character. True, technically. Although there are some like spirit builds that don't work on certain characters because they don't have any.
Doesn't love a little Arthurian fantasy. Hope you like the book.
I'm going into green. Screen's untouched.
But I could make a bit of a recovery, I think, if I get some boxes here and there.
Wait, no one's been jungling on our side.
Yeah. I was playing somebody that was a bit more damage behind her.
Conjuring Kraken.
Okay. Oh my god, you fucking serious? Dynamo, you need to piss off.
Part of the story.
Oh, they're both here. Oh my god, this is just a closet.
Our great
That's not
guardian
good.
has been destroyed.
Glad I brought this with me. Feel better? Me will.
Thing too is they're not very gung-ho on... Hi, Billy. Of
Our blue walker is under attack.
Oh,
course.
I got ganked.
Spirit jar is here.
Their paradox is extremely squishy.
That sounds like Paradox. She's usually very glass cannon, almost every build I've seen for her. I can't tell for sure, but I think Paige's shots also pierce. I think they do. I say Paradox? I'm at Page. Hey chat, would you get on New York City if the subway was a massive electrical line that ran above the street? This is a knockup that can kill people. It hits. Oh, thank you, Locklet. God, her reload is so slow. Hi, buddy. Oh, hi. There you are, Dynamo.
All I'm doing is feeding him because we're all spread apart.
Oh, you're fucking joking. Damn, they would like increase the range on the mid boss.
I think they did that because of the damn sniper changes.
Yeah, that makes sense. Here's everything it hits and in its range. Nice.
They couldn't have gone far.
I was gonna say that would have to be your trade-off for being one of the few characters that has a very slow travel distance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, those are just mobs. Nice. All right, I'm gonna go back just because I think I have a lot of points. I think I have to go all the way back. I don't remember what the dots for a random shop on the map looks like. It's okay, I have a boost. I can be back really fast.
Mid-boss has arrived.
No. Oh, Lord. That's...
Been destroyed.
Let's give me that.
We killed the sniper. All that's left is Billy.
Okay.
Our yellow walker is under.
Meow. Get a bleed damage that'll still secure.
I'm dead.
Oh, where were you? Oh. Hey, Billy. Here, have that. Yeah, got him.
You did.
The urn has been delivered.
Keep going.
Oh, I'm definitely taking that. Give me. Give me those
Alright,
800 fucking souls, my guy.
Dynamo's back.
So sometimes people can pick up souls when they're jungling and they'll have this orb floating behind them and it gets bigger with time with how much souls it's carrying. And if you don't bring it back to
I
the
got
base...
left behind.
Yeah.
You guys left me behind.
Oh, shit.
I just died.
I'm sorry. Ooh. Yeah, give me that. I want the trophy collector. Are the field shops rectangles? Oh, okay, I see.
Blue walker is under attack.
There's a building nearby.
Ooh. Ooh, uh-oh.
I got you.
Ah, damn it. Careful.
Billy's almost dead.
Let them to go die to go shopping? Oh, I wanted that free points.
They have to be here somewhere.
Our blue
Where did Billy
walker is
go?
under attack.
Nothing's gonna be quite as terrifying as face checking one of these closets to find a Billy in it. There they are. They went all the way around.
They didn't like
Jesus,
my
that
ult.
hurt.
Leave us alone. I'll try my best.
He's frozen. Oh, you have no health.
They took out Mina.
I have no health.
That was like, you have nothing. 2 farts and a dream. No, Billy. Oh, you're fucking joking, dude. Oh, god damn it. I hate that my fucking scroll wheel is busted and I have to fucking absolutely smash that bitch.
Oh no. What do you do with your scroll button?
The thing is, it works fine to scroll. It just doesn't like, it doesn't click.
Oh.
I have to like absolutely bash it to get it to register a click. Here's the storm like that. Yeah, my mouse wheel is kind of fucked. It's been fucked for a little while. Hey,
Hey, free souls.
take that for now. Oh, right, it's pulsing.
There's someone I want you to meet.
Wow, she really is fucking Jesus. 2 speed items. Meow.
They have to be here somewhere.
Hey, doorman. Mind if I come through here? Oh god, that fucked me up. Oh, I fucked up. Oh, I fucked up. Oh, I fucked up. Oh, let me in. God damn it. Perfect. The scroll wheel is where I changed my mouse. Kept double clicking. It was an okay mouse. The thing is too, is now my scroll wheel is also messing up because like earlier today and last night, when I would try to scroll down, it would like jitter up and down for some reason, and I don't know why. I'm gonna run green and then I'll come back to blue.
Come on, buddy.
Because I have ludicrous speed.
Allowed to go unchecked.
Oh, you know what? I have this much speed. I'm gonna do something dangerous and or stupid.
Impressive as
Let's go, baby.
Hayes.
So there are bonus objectives for those in chat who don't know what I'm doing. There are bonus objectives to pick up these urns,
Our blue walker is under
and this gives a huge bonus in souls.
I'm gonna jungle because I need to.
Yeah. You know, I was thinking Paige was a support, but with super neumes. Oh shit! Nope. Nope. Oh, you're fucking joking. Get your ass, Billy. Eat my entire ass. Oh god. Oh fuck. I tapped the DPI button on my mouse by accident.
That's not good.
Oh no, I didn't tap the DPI. I tapped the fucking profile, so now everything's fucked. Okay, that's better. That's better. Give me that. I want more range. Yeah, the whole team gets points and stats. That's why I did it. Because I'm a really good runner right now. You know how to parry? F? Yes. I'm not good at it, because I panic every time and I forget it's a mechanic, because God forbid. I don't think I've ever parried once in my life. I know it's there, but in hindsight's 2020. Oh, hello. Also, these like gold little Buddha-looking statues. I probably just need to increase the sensitivity on my mouse right now because I cannot 180 without having to. Did they change the okay, no. Okay, so you can't have failures. What are you? What is this?
Our blue walker has been destroyed. We need to make a stand and stop them.
Okay. I'm gonna take a nap. Have a good nap, Carrie.
This Billy player's a menace.
Very much so. Oh, I am in a bad place. Hi, guys. Don't mind me, just coming across. How did that get me? Jesus, Billy. Also, the size of that dragon fire now, amazing.
This is a great read.
Downside is though is I lobbed the book instead of just dropping it at my feet, so.
Conjuring.
We need to make a stand and stop them.
Okay, so we're gonna go back real quick. I have 4K. I want to play. This looks like really fun. I need to see if. How do you know if you have invites?
It'll actually give it to you randomly. Playing with people that are on your friends list and all that actually increases it. So.
Gotcha.
The urn has been dropped.
Okay. I'm gonna go this way. Oh, okay. Somebody else has got the urn. No teleport. Gotta go up the long way.
Rejuvenator is descending.
Don't mind me.
The urn is ours.
We need to be careful. They have the rejuve.
Roof hopping up here. Don't mind me.
I see Billy.
Movements. Nah. Hi guys. Oh, that's Warden's ability. There's Billy. Oh, I wanted to put that on myself, but apparently I fat-fingered my mouse. But
This one's one of my favorites.
they are taking no damage.
Yeah, they are.
Silence me, but bad news. The truth doesn't make noise, baby.
Wait till I get going.
I got no dashes! Fuck you! Hmm. Christ. Christ. So if you send an invite to someone, they get a message for the playtest access last I checked. So like a game invite? I thought they used to have like a specific window that you could click to send it to people.
Well, they're already here.
And so
Damn it.
Every time I get killed by the doorman, ultimate, it makes your
Jeez,
stream
that
crash
bell.
for me.
You're all at full health. I am so fucking dead. Woo! I live, bitch.
I gave you full health too. What was slowly.
They took out Abrams.
Ow. The doorband cart, man. They're all in the pits.
Paradox, and the other one's not though. No, they lost.
It happens. That's usually the case with these games, though, is you either get stomped or you do the stomping. I haven't invited anyone in a while. Neither have I. I don't know. I don't know the new update, the new system. And then we can go back here. Also, yeah, welcome to Occult New York. Do you like the Empire State Building over there with horns? Amazing. Amazing. I just alone watched Segi go Billy. Oh, has Segi been playing Billy? Are you hiding in the corner?
Press escape and click on the bottom right where it says invite a friend.
Oh, yeah, there it is. More buildings should have horns. I agree. More spikes than more buildings.
Yeah, what the character I'm playing as is Anita Jungleborn.
Okay, so it doesn't differentiate them if they have access or not.
Which is stupid.
It used to do that. I don't know why it doesn't do that now. I know I saw Nightmare. Where was he? There he is. This is Billy is his playstyle. That makes sense.
Would Leshy really play this game?
As she has access. I think I'm going to keep the same selection I had, and we'll see what we end up with. It's kind of tempting to add Stage Magician Sinclair, I'm not going to lie, but let's not. I absolutely love the stylization, though, that they're giving this game. It's so fucking cool.
Yeah, initially when it came out, it was really rough.
Oh, it was extremely rough. Like, it's still pretty rough right now, but in comparison, it's pretty good now. That lady is on fire. Talpiday?
I like her pistol. It's so cute. It has
Super
bat
Bowls.
wings on it. My pistol has bat wings on it.
Oh, it also has like a red like handle. Also goat person. More goat people. Is that a mermaid? I'm pretty sure that's a mermaid. First degree is more cool buildings. Change starts with you.
I'm here to help.
Yeah, Paige is gonna take a little bit of getting used to, try and figure out how she deals damage. Change team. Oh boy. Oh, the cat chases the ball. Hold on.
That's so cute. Oh god. Your stream for me is like 15 seconds behind.
Oh, I've dropped like 800 frames. Here, let me try something. Video. Performance. Motion blur off. Let's bring some of the stuff down. We don't need ultra on things. I do apologize for that, chat. Unfortunately, that's
Ultra?
just...
I was gonna say, I think Ultra does 4K textures as well.
Oh, that makes sense. I do not have a 4K monitor, nor will I probably ever.
Me either.
I don't think there's a reason to have a 4K monitor unless, like, I'm building a movie theater in my house. Thought I was sneaking that one in. Wait, which part? Ooh, hello. There's a Buddha statue up here that I didn't realize was there. Turns out my computer goes to sleep faster than I thought. Is it like inactivity? Okay, she just runs, but I can poof the... Ow, I hit it. Catch! Curse you, travel time! Can I kick this out of here? I can kick it back into the lobby.
Wow, we lost one match and the game's like, you can't play it anymore.
You're so trash. We have no... Matchmaking doesn't know where to put you.
Oh, there we go. We just had a bitch about it.
Before all the new characters in the hideout, you can find all the new characters in their shadow form. I got
Vampire Girl again.
Thank you for stepping outside the Baroness to join us for the ritual.
They won't expect this.
Bell, 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 bell. Go my way. Oh, that was you. That was you that fell off.
Yeah, I jumped down because I'm gonna go jungle.
Oh, there's a McGinnis in the 7 here.
Nope, I'll be with you.
Oh
then.
god, he's doing the left corner peek. Sorry, right corner peek. Hi, 7. That's very rude, sir. Oh, what the hell? That was a horrifying... I did not know that wall could just go through, like, the structures of the map.
I didn't either. That was weird.
Fuck you, 7. Go away. Okay. Hi, boys. 7. Stop picking the corner. Shithead.
Wait. Okay, my attack can go through the wall too.
Yeah, I think a lot of the abilities can. Careful. That's a wall. Oh, I whiffed that one.
This should help.
Hi, buddy. You know, it's very rude. Also, it's so funny to me that Doorman's fucking dodge is just him running very quickly in a direction.
Damn it. 7's almost dead. Because I doubled.
Oh, you're fucking joking. Seriously, dude? You have got to be shitting me. Fuck off, McGinnis!
Alright, I'm going back to avenge you.
The fucking how much people are willing to dive on the first tower at the beginning of the game is crazy in this game, and it's always been that way. And it always annoys me. Someone ordered a turret, they just lopped it around the fucking corner. I'm only mildly upset. Only mildly upset. It's fine. Oh.
I would bridge a gap between reality.
Ow.
I gotta get too close to him, and the
Get
tower.
messed up.
yeah, tower fucks me up.
Enjoy.
See how fucking powerful I am against Seven, though. I just nuke the shit out of him.
It's the job done.
Tower's what?
Come here.
Of course. Of course, turret. Of course. Of course.
Pardon me. Oh. You already got absolutely devastated. It's fine, I just got ult. McGinnis! Fuck off! Also, that's... Ow! Well, glad to see fucking Seven's orb hasn't changed. That shit still hits like a truck. Competitive upset finger just slowly becoming one of my favorite because of the noises. It's just the fuck, ah! Ooh, speed. I will blow the entire amount of money I have on speed.
I like sniping Seven, because he's a goober.
Oh my god, he's already ulting. Watch out, Seven's behind you. Someday I will hit somebody with that. That day is very far away, I'm sure.
Oh, they're both following me, by the way.
Yep. Careful, don't chase them too much. Try to come back and get some souls behind you. Oh, nope, they're on me now. Sir, that is so rude. Come here. Where are you going? Come on, Seven.
After today, my rates are definitely going up.
76, goddamn. Oops. That was not right. McGinnis in our wall. McGinnis is out. It's just Seven.
I'm dead. He shot me through you somehow.
Ow. Also, the time delayed stun that Seven has still sucks.
Our yellow walker is under attack.
Okay, Screeches. My little screeches. Listen, it's... Oh, Jesus. What the hell was that? I'm leaving. Ow. Pain.
They destroyed our yellow walker.
Yeah, they're kind of strong. Kind of really strong.
Yeah.
I see Krill.
I was gonna say, Seven has always been that way. He's got good poke, he's got good push. And then you try to engage with him and his ult is just like, absolutely not, eat fucking shit. Darn it. You okay?
I'm dying forever.
No!
Death forever.
Oh, that was you. Okay. Okay, Seven's ulting the fucking minion wave?
They've destroyed the Guardian on blue.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sounds about
I'm
right.
pretty sure Seven's orb is also still...
Our blue walker is under attack.
Seven's pushing.
Yep. That orb, I'm pretty sure it just goes completely within line of sight. All the way, no matter how far. Because he just lobbed it across center lane.
If we could trap him, like if you could pause him, I could hit him with my ult. Because my ult melts his ass.
Yeah.
Problem is getting the space still.
Stop.
What the hell?
What?
It stopped and then moved. The orb.
Yeah,
stopped
it does
and
that.
moved and
It's
stopped.
it basically it slows down.
Mid-boss has arrived.
Guinness is back. I also have ult though, so who do you want me to remove from a fight?
Might need to do McGinnis because
Got
she
him.
heals. Oh, he just hard focused me.
Oh, he just deleted you? Shit. Distraction. Distraction door.
The spirit earth
Headed to Greenwich.
be claimed.
It's fine. It happens. Like I said, I'm not that good at this game, so... What I probably should do at some point is figure out how the fuck you're, like, actually supposed to go about some of this stuff.
Need help on blue.
You're not welcome here.
Oh. How? McGinnis! McGinnis!
They thought they could actually
Eat pant, McGinnis! Focus on- Oh, y'all both died. Oh my god.
Well, in terms of doing well, it shows us in the top 2.
That's embarrassing.
Yeah, it has us on the top 2 of our. We don't have the highest points, but we're doing the best in terms of our team. That's really bad.
I'll deal with the hooligan.
Why are they going in? Oh, I got 7. Alright, hold on, I'm with them. Let's do this then. Good talk. Alright.
We need to jungle.
Don't we?
Yeah.
Headed to blue.
Nope. I say there's a big pack here.
This should help.
Our blue walker is under attack.
Alright.
Here's another one.
Coming.
You've overstayed your welcome. I will warp reality to my whim.
Fuck you, big dude. Okay. We have an urn over here. I'm gonna go grab the urn.
Okay. I'll be on your 6 then.
Oh, okay, we gotta run. We're gonna run deep around mid.
What if I got stuck? Give me a second. See, I only have 2 attacks. I don't
I was
know.
gonna say, mine are mostly utility stuff, so.
Oh yeah, but she has a very crazy what's it called? Pool. Spirit pool.
Mm-hmm.
It's an honor to be of service.
Oh yeah, just a closet. Alright, heading mid.
There's double jungle right here.
Guinness, what are you doing?
Victor's in the middle. Victor's in here with me.
Gotcha. Hi, McGinnis. Hi, McGinnis.
I scared the shit out of Victor.
Oh, darn it. Good timing on the wall, though. On their part.
Victor's almost dead.
Got a lot going on here. Okay, Calico's over there. Do you think everyone's still alive? Is chat still alive? Chat, you hanging in there?
Oh, ow. I got shot in the face. There, you let them shoot me in the face? How good you?
Sorry, we're in a hole. And there was like 4 of them.
You hit chat. Man, let me die.
There's 4 of
Just
them
let me
here.
die horrible death. I want to go to the hotel. Is what it is.
Oh, wall. Oh, thank God. Tried to dodge. I'm glad that that wall didn't kill me on the other side. God. I need to figure out how this damage works. And they keep doing this fucking bullshit. I don't have nearly enough damage to like scare them off. And there goes the tower. Fuck off, Geist.
One thing I do like about this game, though, is the verticality it has.
Oh, I love it. No. Okay. I do like to that you can also reload on the zip line. I always forget that sometimes.
Well, someone's looking to make a statement.
Give me that. I need the health. Oh, shit. Okay. He's ulting the minion wave again. Why is it so long? Has he just built fucking ability time?
Yeah, he more likely just all pumped it into his ult, too.
Crazy.
They will return, and we must be ready.
Fuck your orb. Yeah, that is definitely also ability range. That orb was huge.
I need to step in.
Is that Billy? That is Billy. You come back?
And killed one of them.
No, I was just thinking that 7 came back.
I forgot his name. The one that has the monster and the guy on his back with a gun. I killed him.
Mo and Krill.
Yeah.
Eat pants 7.
Oh, I can hit 7 at this range. That was wild.
With, was it your pistol? Mm-hmm. You can hit from pretty far away. It just, it's very much reduces over time, over distance. Okay. Go back real quick. I don't come back with the zipline boost. Plus the max level can let him move. Wait. You get shot off,
Seven's
you'll
on
be
me?
stunned? Yep. Yeah.
I found 7. 7 found me. He don't like me anymore.
Uh-oh.
He called me cringe.
No! I cry.
He said vampires are no longer in vogue. It's all about werewolves.
He's a robot.
I know, but he's team robot. He's team wolf.
Ow, motherfucking pain. I was reloading. Eat whole pant 7. I hate that you were still absolutely busted. He's right. Which one's right? Move slowly at max level. I do know that. I think you can actually do that at base level. Oh, hi, 7. Jesus. Both of us running away from each other.
To break some minds.
Oh, you're fucking joking. I would like to be over here, please. Yeah, I'm back. Oh, he's 7. I should have closed that much earlier. Oh, McGinnis is here. McGinnis, how about you eat my entire ass? All of it. All of it in your mouth. I'm not a cur. You're not a cur? Why not? Okay.
Okay. If I didn't get trapped by him, I can actually out DPS 7. Kill them all. I'm sure they will die. Horrible death, but horrible.
Hey, chat, can you tell the point where I figured I'm supposed to shoot the bell that I throw? Oh, hi. The fuck is that? Jesus. Jesus, the size of that wall. Oh, hi. Geist. Uh-oh. Bad touch. When you dash as Doorman in the air, he looks like the fucking scout.
Oh, I'm dead. I got Boga's fired on me.
I only got one person.
I can't get my cat though, because I didn't do enough money in terms of things. So the type of kid I'm supposed to play as don't work. No.
Jesus!
Yeah, that 7's broken. So fucking broken.
Oh my god, I can't see the door. I can hit them for good damage, but he's ulting. He was ulting, I think. No, he is ulting. I should not have gone over that wall. Sir, please, this is so rude. Come here. You know what? Fuck you. Go to the hotel.
Well, the reason Doorman can't get through the door is he's supposed to show others through the door, not himself.
Correct. 5 kill streak on Paige. Crazy. Oh, it's Scrimp. I saw that TTV. That said it's Scrimp. There's nobody here named Suburban Jesus. We had the ice dude. Where was he the whole time?
He was right lane the entire time. Unfortunately. What is Dungeon Stalkers?
Like a Korean dungeon RPG.
Because they just say, hey, you want a key to Dungeon Stalkers? I was like, what is this?
I keep getting keys offered too, but at the same time, every time I watch it, it looks like a very... We scrimpin'? We scrimpin'. Scrimps his bugs.
God damn, the second screenshot. Why is the Ice Elemental and Fire Elemental just... They're like triple caked up on... Holy shit.
You looking at the
I'm
Dungeon
looking at the
Stalkers?
picture. It's literally the second picture.
That's...
Look, I'm gonna show you it, Marin. Look,
That's,
got-
it's free. I didn't realize it was free.
Yeah, but they're giving... If they give you a
Oh
key,
my
they give
god!
you
Okay, hold on, chat.
See, yeah, why? Second picture. I wasn't joking. It's a straight up goddamn.
Korean games, baby. Actually, this looks like it's Chinese. Chinese. No stealth in those. It's okay. They're hovering. They don't actually have to walk.
Look at picture 7. You get it. You get it. You get it. Picture 7.
Ooh.
Just picture 7. And 14 is no 4 as well. No 7's the better. Why? I mean, yeah, sex definitely sells.
Chinese RPGs are back, baby. Let's go. There's more. There's more pictures of the elementals.
It's just like booty, 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 booty.
Look at that archer outfit. I'm on picture 13. It doesn't look like that may be a playable character. That may have been like an NPC of some kind.
Man, I remember seeing her in that hint. I mean that very nice.
That adult film. Good lord. Good lord, man. Got the booty elementals. Close enough. Welcome back, fucking Skyrim's fucking fire elemental lady. What were they called? Autarchs or something?
Almost said Otterrock, but that's
Atronach, that's it. It was Atronach. Move over, Flame Atronach. Close enough. Welcome back, Flame Atronach. Pretty much the gist of it. Alright, should I try somebody else? Should I go with somebody I'm more confident with and see if we could actually win one?
I represent Paradox, and we always get what we want.
I just need somebody to jungle
I never
them.
got to meet my grandpa. But
Yeah.
I'm proud.
But yeah, no, it's like, hey, you want this key? And I was like, what the fuck? It's just, look, they're sexually charged, and then there's that.
And then there's that.
May your time in New York be unforgettable.
Okay. Playtester survey. How powerful is this hero? What? I haven't played Pocket yet. Why are you asking me how powerful is Pocket? There's also been nobody on any of the teams playing Pocket. Oh, of course they know. It's still funny to me that the difference between the Ice Atronach and the Flame Atronach. Pocket is in your pocket. I like pockets.
Put a pocket in your pocket and have pocket.
Pocket's adorable. Look at him. His trench coat. He's got his briefcase. He can do a dish. He's got a shotgun.
I have him as one of my queue as well. But I think it's just going to keep giving me Vampire Girl because she's my top priority, and I don't think anyone else is going to play as her.
She has one of those kits where it's like she doesn't seem as busy as a lot of the other melee characters. Like Billy seems like he always has something to do. Lash, what was the robot? Bebop. And then like her thing is like being like really mid-range and just kind of keeping herself alive and poking away. Yeah, this is harasser, so I don't think her expectation is to delete anybody.
Oh no. But her ult does.
True. But her ult gets really strong. I'm pretty sure it scales, doesn't it? From using your other abilities. And building stacks.
And then there's... if I can ever get enough money, because I need to jungle a lot with her. If I can ever get enough money to get my mid-range abilities with this, it increases fire rate, ammunition count, drain damage. So I basically just become a literal vampire.
Hell
Instead of
yeah.
instead of it procking like every 5 shots, it'll proc every 2 shots.
Which is weird because heat rises. Christ.
Trust me. The longer this goes on, the worse it's gonna get for you.
Don't say it. Don't say it, Sunset. God damn it. Thing too though, when I was playing that page build, I had like fucking 7 dashes and it still couldn't save me. Hi Vox. How's Deadlock? We've lost both our matches, but we're also hot doo-doo with this game. And playing some characters for the first time. Don't ask me how this guy reloads his shotgun by twirling it. It's magic, I guess. What's up?
Time to be clever. Not today.
Your briefcase.
Yeah, I get my back. No, you beat me up. It's me. Did you level up your skills? I didn't touch any of my fucking level up skills, so I was running base there.
Yeah, max level.
Ready to teleport. Not me. I never wanted to spread misery. But it looks like today I have to.
These old builds that I had saved from when I last played Pocket. Hold sacrifice. What does that do? Target an enemy NPC and consume it. Consume? Consume, you say?
You like consuming? You want to consume? Consume these microtransactions.
Consume these pants grab.
On this stream, all right. Okay, and I guess the thing's getting delisted.
I win.
Ooh,
I
someone's
think
playing
they're
as
getting to play
vampire.
Pocket.
Bro.
Nice. Okay. How much do you cost? 3,200. Okay.
You've overcome much, Pocket. But to stop your father, you'll need
My
more
frog in my
than you
briefcase.
could imagine.
Look at him. Look at him.
Let me help you.
Oh,
I am evil, mom.
oh, pause. Somebody forced to pause? I did not know that was an option.
What the hell? Oh, it's a time. You can do a timeout. That's crazy.
Yeah. I wish to go abuse McDonald's employees for sport. Why bully McDonald's employees? They're just as exploited as the rest of everyone.
Victor Drifter's behind my character, and it was like he's grinning because he's staring at her ass.
Who is this?
He's like, dad ass.
Oh, it's Dynamo. Dynamo's the one who's paused it. Wow. Hi, Hayes. Sadly, I didn't... The build didn't recommend taking the poke ability first, so I can't really bully them. Oh, they have a page.
I got the first kill.
You melee, you automatically take all of the points. I forgot about that. Watch out.
I got first blood.
Nice.
I got first blood.
Smoke.
It was the strong arm dude. Whatever his name is. Looks like he belongs in Full Metal Alchemist.
God damn it.
Killed another.
Yes, bully harder. This build really emphasizes picking up your defensive abilities first. Now
I'm dead. I died. Man, I died. Can you believe I'm dead?
Pretty sure this does... Okay, yeah, it does do damage. It's like, if I remember correctly, the cloak does do damage. Maybe that's the reason that it emphasizes it so much.
Man, I'm dead.
Are you okay? I can kind of believe it. A little bit.
I can't believe I'm dead.
Hi, ma'am.
So I'm gonna go kill these other people.
Yeah.
Keep your eyes on Hayes.
Oh, I can bully the crap out of this guy.
Hayes is also working very hard to deny. God damn it. Oh.
Strong Arm's almost dead again. Whatever his name is.
Don't get too hungry, Infernus. Don't get too hungry now.
Marin, if you can, come to right lane. The two players here have no items.
I'm in far left lane.
Oh. Marin, are you telling me you're really bad at baseball? Oh. Vampire Girl's here.
If I can get 3,200 before I have to go back, then I can go ahead and pick up the Cultist Sacrifice. Works for me. Oh god, the cooldown, the early cooldown on these tier 1 abilities are so annoying.
They are obnoxious. Especially when, like, for example, me, I'm built... I just noticed I have two characters I'm playing as. They're both focusing... can't even speak. Focusing on draining people.
Oh, you are playing Geist right now.
I guess I just love sucking, right? Oh my god.
Oh, damn it. Oh, that's another thing I didn't do is I haven't adjusted my sensitivity. I keep meaning to because I can't pull a 180 with the sensitivity on my mouse.
Oh, my mother just texted me. I have good news, actually.
Uh-oh.
I mean, uh-oh. I said I have good news.
You said your mother said it.
Yeah, my mother said it. I have good news.
Oh, damn it.
Good news. She was getting tested for lymphoma, so.
That is good news then.
And she doesn't have lymphoma. She has...
Uh-oh.
salivary gland infection, and she's had it apparently for almost a year.
Ooh. I don't know if you want to talk about the
so-
medical history on stream. All right, yeah, I'm gonna go back because I have 3,700. Let's go get that cultist sacrifice.
No, I'm not talking about. It's just she just texted me. That's all.
Gotcha.
So, because if it was the worst case, I would be leaving for a while. Obviously,
Makes sense.
give me your health.
Meow. Don't ask me how he doesn't. He reloads while he's on here, but doesn't do any animation for it.
Are they ever going to update the strong arm dude, the blue shirt wearing guy? He looks so generic.
Lash? I think that's part of the point.
Oh. He looks silly.
Teleporting.
He killed himself.
Jargon. Missed. Woo! Click the wrong button. Nope. Bad touch. Also, did my cloak get stuck on the fucking wall? That's hilarious.
I hate iPhones sometimes, because when you get a text message, it just keeps going over and over.
I always hate iPhones.
Oh, if I didn't need it for a model, I wouldn't own one myself.
I only have a spare iPhone that I bought cheap used that I use for tracking. I bought the bare minimum. It's the iPhone 10. Maybe it's 11. I'm pretty sure it's a 10 though. I got whichever one was cheaper.
I have the 10XR. Or the 10R, whatever it is. Yeah, the iPhone. I could rant about it for years.
Oh, go get him, Invictus. Go get him, champ.
7 probably invented iPhones in this world. That's how much of an annoying he is.
No, he's a prisoner. He was doing illegal things.
Yeah, and that was his...
Although I think if I remember correctly, he murdered the person who turned him into what he is. So how evil can he count as?
You'll see the person that created him was also known as Steve Jobs.
Fuck off. Uh-oh, bad touch. Bad touch.
No Dynamo's here.
Cease the burning.
We killed a Guardian over here.
Nice. They're about to take ours.
The darkness creeps ever closer as the drifter.
Wait, which one? Left lane?
Left lane. Yep.
Alright. I want to run across the entire map to say hello to you.
I know this person marked these as core, but also did not.
Specify which direction you need to go for it.
He didn't attach the things to build up to it.
Oh no.
They've taken our blue guardian.
He didn't put the things in any sort of order. There's not zoning phase, mid game, blah blah blah. It's here's your core items and they're all tier 3. Go hunt down if you want the cheaper parts of these.
That's not core items. That's in. Who the hell builds like that? I'm sorry, man. But
Yeah, I found some of the lesser versions, but they were in like an optional section. Oh my god. Oh my god. Lag. Lag!
This can save my life.
Jesus. Ping was at 200 and falling. Okay. Oh, going back up. Because I'm not losing frames either. This is somebody in game.
Probably the one that paused is Dynamo. How could you?
Really? That wasn't Hayes. That was somebody else. Who was that? Oh, it's Calico.
All right, I'm going the center because vampire girls. Uncontested. Oh wait, I gotta have to buy stuff in the middle. So I'm gonna buy something in shop.
Oh, it still got me.
All right, I'm going to blue. Come on, Broadway.
Your fire will only burn brighter.
Wait, she threw herself to the
I'm ripping the soul urn.
guardian. I still don't get people just sacrificing themselves. Don't make any sense to me.
It's because if they die to the guardian, then you don't get any of the benefits of it. God, why did the fucking delivery? The delivery area is... Okay, they're pushing them back, so maybe I can still get in there. Okay, I think I got this. Still lagging. Why is it lagging so much? Alright. Oh, somebody hit me. Let me go! Alright. Getting executed is better than letting the enemy team kill you. Exactly. And that's usually a policy in most MOBA games. Because the gold just goes to the ether at that point. Wow, these really don't build from anything. Okay, I guess. Meow.
You know, the thing is they were just fighting the monster itself. Just died. No one was fighting them. That was the part I was confused about. Like, if I was fighting and then you know the guardian killed it, it's like, yeah, I understand. But you're just killing themselves for no reason, that don't make any sense.
Damn it. That's Haze's ult. Guy's so ballsy. Okay.
This case is capable of.
Okay, just double checking what its benefit was. Hi, Tay. How are you doing?
Okay, cute.
Tay's a goofball. And wears balloons for clothes.
Oh, that's right. She's a clown.
Oh my god. Oh my god, my ping! It's too easy to poke at, Tay.
These souls are angry.
Oh my god, I'm lagging so bad I didn't even know that she moved. Oh, that's because my ping's at like 800.
Why is your ping so bad?
I don't know.
Is something downloading in the background? No, wait, the stream's not lagging though.
Yeah, the stream's not losing any frames.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Spirit urn's on the far side again. How did that hit me? It's easy to serve its piece. Which piece? Your dress's piece?
Keep it up, Evan.
Guys, stop trying to rescue me when I don't need rescuing.
Ow.
I blame Tay for it.
I blame
It's all
Tay
Tay's
too.
fault, isn't it?
Tay is the entire
Yeah,
reason I'm bad
there
at
we
this.
go. Tire
my
consensus
God.
right there.
Why is the ping so bad? Lost my guesties. Oh my goodness. Didn't even make it to my fucking elbow. Ugh. I swear I'd hop in there if I wasn't intimidated. I don't think... I don't know. Can people pop in here? I don't know if I changed the rules on that.
Help me with the idol!
All right, page left. I'm going to push this shit in and be annoying about it.
Professor.
What are you doing up there, buddy?
Stop the professor.
How could they kill the professor? Ooh, wow, wow. His death moment is kind of failing. The director is dead.
Waiting to be claimed.
Oh,
Oh, hi. Hi, Calico. She just ran right past me. Oh, okay. That was the
They destroy.
that was the enemy Calico. What the fuck? Again, I don't remember what this emblem means. Is this saying it's telling us that the it's a boss down here? I think that's what it's saying. Yeah, big chuckle fuck here.
delicious.
I need more movement speed. I am slow as shit. Fuck off, you weird
More
eye thing.
deliciousness.
Professor, you have been making every black hole count.
Okay then.
Such blessings I shall give.
Of course, people are calling me.
Getting phone calls.
Yeah.
Okay.
Professor,
You know what? Let's go get that urn. Why not?
as impressive as it is necessary.
Oh God. Everybody wants to say hello to me.
Actually, I don't know if I want to take this right now. I don't think I do. I think I want to go. Let's get this wave, and then I'm gonna go back and pay because I have over 7K. Oh, it's Hayes' adult. Hi, Hayes.
This needs to work.
Get your chuck fuck ass back here. Oh, she's dying to poison.
Well, the government didn't already hate my family enough.
I see Lash!
All right, let's go back. The poison damage stopped at like 1 tick. Oh, darn. All right. Okay. Jesus.
Hearing
Okay.
them die is so funny.
That's gonna help keep your blood on the inside.
You message this person.
Okay. Also, this person, like,
Is waiting to be claimed.
he put, like, a bunch of the starting stuff in optional. Oh, I hate this person. I hate whoever designed this build. Whoever designed this build has no idea how to format their shit.
Today I take a stand.
Oh, there's another urn. Hi.
Well,
Because
Our yellow is under attack.
their cat fell out the window. Wait, what?
behind us.
On it.
Hayes behind us.
Oh my god.
Just take a pride and leave me alone. Just
Yep.
breathe.
Yum. I don't know whose boost this is, but thank God they have it, because holy shit, zoom. With that, with a little bit of that sweet, sweet air dash and stuff. We're going middle. A lot of stuff going on there. Also, the fact that the frog clips through the back is a serious oversight.
Well, you see, it's supposed to be that way. He has that special clip-through body. I can't say it.
Okay.
I can't let them push me around.
Josie juice. Uh-oh. Bad touch. Bad touch.
Dude, stop pulling me out of my attacks.
Leave me alone. He's being mean to me. the drain, is that what they keep doing?
Dynamo keeps doing the thing that pulls people in. That rescue ability.
Oh, yeah, I gotcha.
I was like, I don't need to be rescued.
I was getting knocked right out of my fucking mighty leap. Jesus.
Time to be clever.
Surprise! This poor Mina. Okay. Some pause. Jenna, it was a while ago. Oh. Still shielded, of course. Ah, it's because those are still there. Alright, let's go back. I'm gonna have to go all the way back. Don't mind me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Meow. All
You know
right.
what's an update that Twitch really needs to do, and it's one that should be done. They should allow you while you're watching to put where the chat is.
Oh?
For example, you should be able to, like, you want the chat on the left side of the screen, you want it on the right side of the screen.
Oh, the urn is up.
I know you can just say, you know, you can pop out chat and put it wherever you
Why are you
want,
running
but
past me?
I'm talking about just default.
Protect the stronghold.
Yes, left-sided chat.
Oh, I see what you... Well, I mean, doesn't all of the chat in this game... Are you talking about the game? Or are you talking about... You said Twitch? Confused.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry that my secondary monitor is on the right side of me, so I had to watch Twitch on the left side. So I had to look past the streamer to see the chat. So.
Oh. Hello, weird misfortune Sans.
There's no escaping me.
Oh, what the hell? How did a wave get past me? What the fuck? I was literally standing in the lane. Stupid.
It's dangerous out here.
I miss having my speed. I need to pick up a speed thing next time I come back. I don't care if this person didn't put a speed thing in the builds. Bitch.
Well, I'm lagging now.
I do like too that the interface that shows that you're lagging doesn't show up unless you're actually lagging. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, it showed up.
Hey, buddy.
Getting ready to teleport.
Okay, yeah, the animations for the center of this island definitely aren't finished. Whoop. Calico, that's rude. Oh my god, they're all in here. Oh my god, I have a present for all of you. It's poison! Whoop, pain. They all have a smidgen of health. Kelvin just locked himself in there. Amazing. I can't hear you. I'm too busy being in my briefcase. Oh, I died. Can I buy stuff? Darn it. You put on the left side will be backwards? Not backwards.
How would it be backwards if you put it on the left side?
Oh.
Now, there's people that put their chat in different locations. I've seen it. I've seen multiple setups. where
I did some
people
half
have it on
decent
top.
damage. Wasn't near the top, but I did decent. Oh well. Oh well. Oh. That's what that was anytime I went to Alt Tab. That's the range indicator. Okay. All right. But that is going to be it for stream. Do you want to keep playing after this?
I need to step out and eat. Then I can play. I've been up, and it's almost 6 o'clock. Oh, it's 5:30.
That is
basically,
totally
and I
fine. I
haven't
need to
ate.
do the same thing. I have some
Yeah, we can
leftover
keep playing
salad
if you
I've been
want to.
eating for literally the past 2 days. It was a very large salad. But we need to find somebody to raid.
Wait, when you exited the game, it actually gave out stats.
Oh, but what kind of stats?
No, I didn't get the victory screen until after. And
Oh, I gotcha. All right, we're gonna raid. I think we're gonna raid. I was just raid Syraxis. Says plays bug game. I don't know which bug game that's gonna be. In this day and age, it could be anything. It could be the new, what is it? Grounded?
it could be grounded or horn or silk song.
Oh, it's probably Silk Song. I wouldn't doubt if he's gonna play Silk Song. But thank you guys
9
for hanging out
trillion
today. I'm
Silk Song.
sorry for the spontaneous, like, we're gonna play a random game that I've never played on stream before. Works for me. No mage this week and no vampire, so I'm not gonna see y'all until Monday, more than likely. But thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome, and thank you for enjoying the show. Let me shout out Joa. I just typed in Zoa. There we go. Zyko. Zyko.
Yeah.
All right, guys. But
I'm
until
still
then,
working
thank
on
you
my
for being
name.
here. Thank you for being awesome. Check out Zoa. So help me God. Are you doing anything special in the coming weeks?
Probably just playing Borderlands 4 because they gave me a copy. So
Ah.
yeah.
Well, I hope you enjoy it.
Borderlands.
But until next time, guys,
Hey,
thank you
I
for
didn't have
being
to
here.
pay
Thank you for
for it.
being awesome. Good night. Go eat something delicious.